Are we good? And good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Hayesville, Kansas, and Campus Colts Baseball. I'm Todd Hook, along with Miley and Zach. Today, we're bringing you game 1 and 2 of the doubleheader with the Hutchinson Salthawks. They come in 4-7, and here's how they will go. Carter Morgan will lead it off and do the catching, followed by Caden Beavers. He will play shortstop and hit second. Cole Blything will play second base and hit third. Landon Parks will be the cleanup guy. He will be in left field. Hitting fifth will be Lakin Franz. He will be in right field. Brock Watkins will be over at first base and hit sixth, followed by the designated hitter, Gabe Valdez. Hitting eighth will be Juju Lyons. He will be over at third base, and rounding out the order is the center fielder, Jack Yoder. Again, that is Morgan, Beavers, Blything, Parks, Franz, Watkins, Valdez, Lyons, and Yoder. Salthawks 4-7, coached by Mace Kroll, assisted by Jeff Yoder and Kevin Dennison. Your Colts come in at 5-5 defensively. Here's how they will go. Van Asdale in left field, White in center field, and West over in right. Over at third base is Madrigal. Workins at shortstop, Stabler at second base. Schinkel over at first base, Clements doing the catching. And on the mound, right-hander Camden Schroeder. Schroeder making his third appearances. Previous two have both been starts. 6 and
Pitching
2/3
for campus number 1, Camden
Schroeder.
Schroeder.
For Camden, he has no record. He's given up 14 hits, 11 runs, 8 walks, 5 strikeouts, and an ERA of 10.50. Just about ready to go. It'll be Morgan, Beavers, and Blything.
Morgan
Beautiful
Carter
day
batting.
at Campus High School today. 74 degrees. Wind out of the south at 12. That's blowing out to left. Gust to 18. Going to have a special guest here joining us just a bit, so you want to stay tuned for that. Here's Carter Morgan. He's the catcher. He will step in from the left side. And we're underway at exactly 4 o'clock. First pitch. Just missed away, ball 1. First pitch weather brought to you by hookbats.com. Good wed for the good hitters since 2005. Oh, 1 ball, no strikes. That is ripped to right field. That is going to get out and past West. Around first into second. Not stopping there. Over to third base without a play is Carter Morgan. So Morgan with a triple down the right field line, and quickly Colts are in a pickle here in the top of the first.
Up to bat, Caden Beavers.
And it'll be Caden Beavers, the shortstop. He will step in. Corners are in. Beavers just looking to get something to the right side here. Or something in the air to the outfield deep enough to score. First one is inside, ball 1. And a 1-0. Off-speed pitch catches the outside corner for strike 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Top of the first. Nobody out. Salthawks threatening. 1-1. On the ground. Foul. Actually, he hit that one twice. That'd been the PGA Tour. He did a 2-stroke penalty. But it's not. It's baseball. It's just a foul ball and a strike. Might throw in a few golf isms in from time to time since it is Masters Week. Got a craving for a pimento cheese sandwich. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Popped up. Clements. has it. 4 out, number 1. A big out right there. Beavers is retired. A pop up to the catcher. 1 out. It'll
Up
be the
to bat,
second baseman, Cole Blything.
Blything.
Blything will step in from the right side with a runner at third base. One out, top of the first, no score. Hutch threatening. And a pitch. That's in the dirt.
Nobody.
Clements knocked it down, not far enough. And the runner will hold. In case you missed it, Carter Morgan with a deep ball down the line and right. A stand-up triple. He's at third base. Colts trying to leave him there. And the 1-0 upstairs. 2 balls and no strikes.
No homework today.
No, I have homework. I'm not doing it.
That's more of a game 2 thing.
Prom night tomorrow night for the Colts. Everybody get your nails done and
Oh, you know,
get all
real
dolled
care
up,
babies
shined
for child
up.
development.
ACT tomorrow morning as
at
well.
Babies, you got the baby.
2 balls, no
Well,
strikes.
right now.
And that misses
She's
upstairs.
starting mine tomorrow
And it's
at 7
3-0.
a.m.
Oh, it's not.
So Schroeder going to try to get healthy
Damn, you gotta wake up
here
early
against
for
Cole
the baby.
Blything.
I have to anyways. My brother is.
She's really putting you in the ball.
It's okay. I'm a great mom.
And a pitch.
Which one you choose?
Right down the middle at the
I
letters
wish
for
the white
ball
ones,
strike,
the
3
white
and 1.
ones are like really babies.
They're really,
Ugly. That's what I heard other people say.
well, mine's a supermodel.
So
So
Blything
I don't
taking
know.
all the way, still ahead, 3 and 1. And a pitch upstairs, and he'll walk
You're
it.
giving that baby a lot of pressure.
No.
So she's a supermodel already?
And I just
So
made
Hutch
the
with
outfits
runners
for her.
at the corners. Clements out to put out the defensive signs. It'll bring up Landon Parks.
Has a girlfriend. He just wrote her initials in the dirt. Is it adorable?
Parks, the left fielder, they will step in from the right side, get his first
Sometimes
look at
they'll write their girlfriend's
Camden
initials in
Schroeder.
the dirt and then throw out in the dirt.
No, I feel like I just pointed.
Schroeder with a couple of looks. He's ready. And hits his spot for a called strike. Clements was set out on the outer half, and that's where he hit it. And the 0-1, runner goes. And Blything will steal it without a throw. Ball was in the dirt, smothered by Clemens. Really wasn't a good pitch to throw a runner out unless he feels it cleanly. Second and third now, 1 out. Schroeder needs to strike out in the worst way. Popped up right side, Schenkel over to have a look, and he'll overrun it in and out of
Because
the
he's wearing
glove.
his new glove.
Oh, it's it must tell the
This
state
is
like
the,
that.
this is the
And
first
it's
time
2
he's
balls
worn
and
it.
2 strikes.
That's
One out, that would have really helped. That would have been a big out. Two. In on the hands, right to the third baseman. Madrigal up with it. He will go home with it. And the runner is tagged out. Looks like the contact play was on. Carter Morgan is erased, 2 away. So Parks will reach on the fielder's choice. Down the third is Blything, 2 away. Colts are a strikeout or an out away from getting it. It'll be Lake and Franz, right fielder. They play him straight away. A lot of room in left center, though. Van Asdale on the line. Pretty good lead over there. And the pitch. strike one. Parks with the oven mitt applied. Pretty good lead over there at first. Schroeder needs to make sure he gets stopped. And the off-speed pitch, unable to check his swing. Strike two. So Schroeder, one pitch away from getting out of this mess. No balls, two strikes. Got to wonder if he'll start the runner. Here he goes. On the ground. Left side, under the glove of Madrigal. Into left field, to throw to third, not in time. So Parks over to third base on the play. And Franz into second base on the error. And it's second and third, 1-0 Hutch. So the Colts going to leave a couple of outs on the field. Ball didn't come up on Madrigal. He thought it was going to. Very inconsistent playing surface here at Vulcan Field. So here is Brock Watkins. And he takes a hack at the first one, comes up empty, strike one.
Hey, Will, right here now, one.
No balls and a strike. And the pitch is away. They're going to ask if he win. He did not. Pretty close. Was able to check his swing. 1 ball and 1 strike. Absolutely stunning day in Hayesville, Kansas. We were due one. 1 ball, 1 strike, second and third, 2 outs, top of the first, 1-0 Hutch. That's in the dirt, smothered by Clements. That saved a run.
Within yourself. All right, Juan, here we go. You ready to play catch?
2 balls and a strike. High and away, and it's 3-1. So Schroeder a pitch away from loading him up.
There you go, nice
Took
shot.
a little off, swung on and missed, and the count is full.
Right here, Juan. Put him in the book.
Three balls, 2 strikes. 2 away, second and third. Colts trying to get out of it. And it's high. It walked. Second walk of the game issued by Camden Schroeder, and they're loaded up.
Now up to bat, Gabe Valdez.
So it'll be the designated hitter, Gabe Valdez. A sophomore, hits from the right side. Don't forget this inning brought to you by USD 261, a national Capturing Kids Heart Showcase district and home of 3 Blue Ribbon schools and the prestigious International Baccalaureate program. First pitch swinging into center field. White coming in, shades down, he'll get it, and that'll do it. The Salt Hawks leave him loaded, but get one. We played a half inning, 1-0 Hutch. This is gets one. They lead it 1-0. Colts come in 5-5. Here's how they will go. Camden Schroeder will lead it off and do the pitching, followed by the center fielder, Lucas White. Hagan Workins will
Pitching
hit
for
third,
Hutch, Jack Davis.
and he will play shortstop. The cleanup guy will be the catcher, Grady Clements. Camden Statler will be over at second base and hit fifth. Hitting sixth will be the third baseman, Aaron Madrigal. Hitting seventh will be Cooper Schenkel. He'll be at first base. And the youngster, Trace Asdale, will play left field and hit eighth. Rounding out the order will be the right fielder, Aiden West. Again, that's Schroeder, White, Workins, Clements, Statler, Madrigal, Schenkel, Van Asdale, and West. Defensively for the Hawks, left to right in the outfield, Parks, Yoder, Franz. Lyons over at third base, Beavers at shortstop, Blything at second base, Watkins over at first base, Morgan Mooney catching, and on the mound, right-hander Jack Davis. Davis, a right-handed junior, tall, lanky young man.
Now batting for the Colts, Camden Schroeder.
Schroeder, White, Workins. 1-0 Hutch. Bottom of the first. Beautiful day. If you're in the area, come on out. And the first one just missed low. Ball one. Schroeder, pretty good season. 343 so far. Colts batting .223 as a team, so a little bit anemic. Only .278 with runners in scoring position. 2 balls and a strike. Head coach Colton Flax in his second season, assisted by Danny Driscoll and John Davis. 3 balls and a strike. In there at the belt. Schroeder thought it was a little bit high, but not so much. 3-2. On the fist, foul, left side. Count remains 3-2. Fist foul again. So a good battle being put up by Camden Schroeder. Into left field and deep. Parks going back and will run it down right before the track. Good play by Parks. Good jump. Schroeder hit it on the button. That's one of the deepest balls I've seen all season here at Vulcan Field. So 1 out, it'll be Lucas White.
Now up to bat number 2, Lucas White.
White, the center fielder today. Gonna have a special guest for you folks in just a moment. You are going to be thrilled. We have got head coach Cody Peacock.
How are you?
Excuse me, Cody Peabody. My apologies. I was thinking, I was reading something about the great Sooner running back, Elvis Peacock. You probably don't remember him, Coach, do you?
Not off the top of my head.
Back in the 70s, as Elvis Peacock. So that's my story. I'm sticking to it. So fouled away, and the count goes 0-2. So we get Coach Peabody on the microphone here. Get him some slack there. Coach, welcome to USD 261.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
It's a great district. I've been here 16 years, great people, and you're going to love it here. So I appreciate you joining us today. Coach Peabody is our new football coach. He will be taking over all the strength and conditioning activities. and he's going to visit with us for a while, and we're going to ask him a few pointed questions since he's used to being on TV, right?
Yes, sir.
So where are you finishing up the semester at now, Coach?
I am finishing up over at Cape and Mount Carmel, where I've been for the last 3 years.
Okay, cool.
And I'm enjoying my time there, just trying to, savor what time I have left with those kids. That's why you kind of do what you do.
Yeah.
But it's just an opportunity that I've always looked forward to. I was a kid that grew up at 55th and Broadway. If I lived on the other side of that Quick Trip, I would have went to
How about that?
to
I did not
Hayesville.
know that, Coach.
Right.
You're local.
Yes, sir. And so, like I said, if I was on the other side of 55th, I would have went here instead of South High. So
Boy, you
Yeah.
got cheated, didn't you?
I feel like I did.
Your parents should have moved.
I know. They should have had this in the
But we
long
got
run
you now, and that's all that matters.
Right.
So Warken's down an account 0-2, 2 outs in the bottom of the first, 1-0 Hutch. So, Coach, I'm going to get right into it. You've got a long history with a lot of different programs at many different levels. How do you sell a program from elementary school all the way to high school?
That's a great question. I think, the most important thing there in terms of selling it is the first thing you have to do is align it. And I think, when looking at this job, and looking at this opportunity, the number one thing that stuck out to me was we have something that a lot of people in the state don't have anymore, and we have a true one-horse town. We've got, we want to shut down the town on a Friday night.
Yes, we
do. We
do.
want our elementary kids there. We want our middle school kids there. We want everybody involved. That's a thing where you look at the Goddards, you look at the Mazes and stuff who have been split up. And so we have that opportunity to be the sole program, the sole high school in a small town, and we're really looking forward to that. So in terms of how do we sell that, the first couple things we've done is, going down to the middle school and being visible. That's really important, letting those middle school kids know that they're important to us. And I think it's also getting that across to the coaches. I think it's building relationships with those coaches, obviously appreciating what they do all the way down to the Little League level. So, I visited with the Little League director, Mr. Wiseman. I've been to both middle schools, just really wanting those guys to understand that we really appreciate everything they do for us, that we want to include them in what we're doing, and that we want to kind of get this thing aligned so we can capitalize on all of those opportunities that I think we have here.
That's great. I think I know you've already made an impact because some kids that were talking one day, and they talked about, the new football coach was in my building. So I know you've already made the rounds. I saw that you already had a sit-down group meeting with both junior highs. How did that go?
Yeah, it was great. Like we talked about, I think that's very important. It is, making those guys feel like they're a part of what we do. And I thought it was great. It was an opportunity for me to be able to meet them, but also just to be able to, go in front of those guys and talk about what we expect. And it wasn't necessarily a hi, this is my name, because, I didn't want to do that because, you could get on a biography, you could read anything on social media or anything on a profile. I just wanted to introduce myself to those kids as a coach and as a man. This is what you can expect from me. This is what I expect from you. But really just opening that relationship.
Outstanding. Now, the $64 question, how do you get buy-in from parents? Because I've coached, I've had great teams and not so great teams, and all the great teams had great parents.
Right.
How do you lasso those folks and get them on board?
Well, I think that's something that takes a lot of things, but I think really important, the first thing is they can tell that you're genuine. I think adults and kids themselves, anybody can generally see through something that's kind of a facade. And if they know they're getting all of you, even if it always isn't the absolute best part of you, if they know that that's you, I think that helps a lot. Also, I think delivering measurable results as fast as you can. Now, that might always not come in the forms of wins, losses, scores, or this or that, but I think there's a lot of ways you can show improvement to their kids, to a positive experience. In all assets of our program. So whether that's academically, whether that's strength and conditioning wise. And then I think the biggest thing is you just want to provide a positive experience for these kids because let's face it, 98% of our athletes will not be able to go on to the college level or professional level to play football. But what we really want to accomplish with those kids is can we take those lifelong lessons that us as a coaching staff have learned and that really, I feel like really molded me into the man that I am today. can we provide that to other kids? Because I think, that's the reason that I coach. I want to be able to give a young man the same opportunities I had through this game.
It sounds like what you're really after is developing men.
Right.
Man, that's exciting. Okay, we're in the top of the second, still 1-0. Salt Hawks, the leadoff man, Juju Lyons with a single to center field. We're talking with Coach Peabody, new football coach at campus. We're having an ongoing discussion. Here's Jack Yoder. We were talking about buy-in from parents. Any other thoughts on parents? Looks like they're going to go play small ball, Coach. So it looks like Yoder able to drop it down, and the Colts are kind of disintegrating a little bit in front of our eyes here, Coach.
Right. Right, well, it's still early.
It's still early.
Just a couple jitters, huh?
So, that Jack Yoder did a good job laying it down. He's going to get credited with a sacrifice. He'll reach on an error, and he will go all the way to third base on a bunt. Another run will score, Coach, and it's 2-0 in favor of the Salt Hawks.
In terms of, to answer your question, in terms of parent involvement, or how do you get parents to buy in? I think it's really a combination of the positive effects that they can get from their kids, from their sons, from what they hear around the dinner table. But I think it's also, which I think is coming back to being a really common theme for us, is just making sure that they're included.
Yep.
So, in the next few weeks, April 24th and May 8th, we'll have two separate parent meetings. April 24th is for the upperclassmen parents at the high school, and then May 8th will be for the middle school parents. And we wanted to do that separately because I think we're talking to two different groups. One group you're talking to 8th graders, Hayesville West, Hayesville Middle School, that are going to come and, what we want to accomplish there is we want to get across that, hey, we're all Colts now. And then you're also talking to a group of parents that has not experienced that, so we can speak specifically to them. I just think it's keeping them included, making them feel included. And you're never going to get by the fact of, you want to give a positive experience to those sons that they have.
Sure. So needless to say, it's going to be a little bit of an adjustment at times.
Yeah, I think so. I think that any time that you bring in a new coach with, a significantly larger coaching staff in terms of a little bit of turnover there, it will be different. I think our goals are the same.
Yes.
I think we all want to build young men. I think we want to win football games, but we're not going to cut any corners to make that happen before we're ready. We're going to do things the right way and see where that takes us.
And it looks like the Salt Hawks are continue with the small ball, and the Colts unable to make the plays. Down to second base is Morgan. Beavers gets the ball down. He's aboard. So first and second, still nobody out. You've talked a little bit about this earlier, Coach, but when we talk about going to the elementary schools, what will be the plan to get all those guys on board?
Well, I think the most important thing in the junior leagues, especially at the Little League level, is just that they're enjoying themselves and they're having fun.
Having a good time.
That is the number one, because we can talk scheme, we can talk technique, we can talk all these things, but those kids will not stick with it unless they are having a positive experience. And so I think it's really emphasizing the positive experience of that. And then I think if we can start with great people and great coaches down there, we can kind of take them under our wing and say, okay, this is what I'm looking for here, this is what I'm looking for there. Okay. But the most important thing to me is that we have great men in charge of those kids, and they're really catering to that love of the game, because that's something that we can't teach.
That's a great idea, Coach. So 3-0 Salt Hawks. We're still in the top of the second, still nobody out. Here's Cole Blything. We're talking to our brand new head football coach, Coach Peabody, who's so gracious enough to come out and talk to us today. And the double steal is on, and a throw to third in the dirt. So second and third now. Nobody out. We're kind of in a mess here, Coach. Would you go with a trap play here, or?
I think you run the get as many outs as you can play.
Yeah, that play.
I'm sure
they
practice that all the time. I know isn't it great to be up here? It's nice for me to have a different perspective.
It is. This is good for you.
And so what I can
Don't
do
get
is
too used to it.
I can tell them all these things that they know and they've known their whole lives.
Yep.
But for me, it seems like a brilliant insight.
Brilliant insight.
From
yes.
from up here, I've got all the
Yeah,
answers.
we drag a football guy out here, and oh my goodness. Well, our viewership is probably up because they knew you were coming. That's all I got to say. And I've been excited about it ever since you agreed to this. So I think it's going to be an exciting year.
Yeah, I'm really excited. And, what you kind of get now is we're kind of in the honeymoon phase now, right?
Yeah.
Everything's going to be
Everything's
different and
fun.
everything's going to be awesome. And we're going to hit some rough patches and we're going to have some situations to where all of those things that seem great, where, whether there's a very high standard of doing things, being on time, all of those little things, the hard work and all those things that we preach, there's going to be a time early to midsummer where the newness wears off. And, okay, now this is every day.
Yep.
And so I'm looking forward to that phase and seeing how we respond to that phase.
Do you have any tricks on how to help kids manage storms?
I think just letting them know that you're there for them is
Yeah.
the biggest thing that they need. And letting them know that they've got someone in their corner, regardless if things are going good or going bad, that they can trust. I think that's the most important thing we can give these kids.
Preacher always said you're either going into a storm, going through a storm, or coming out of one.
I like that a lot. We might have to put that on the locker room.
Well, you just go ahead and put that on the wall, and I don't know whether he coined the phrase.
I'll give you credit for it.
All right,
Either way.
cool. All right. And it looks like a walk to Blything, so bases are loaded. Looks like Coach Flax is going to talk about it a little bit, give us a little more time to talk to Coach Peabody. Kind of a silly question, but what are some of the things that you've experienced in your career that doesn't work?
That's a great question. Anytime that I have found that I've done things that didn't work, generally I was trying to be somebody that I wasn't.
Okay.
I was trying to appear a certain way that wasn't me. And so that's one of the things we talked about when I talked to the players is that, I'm a 31-year-old guy, haven't been at this thing forever. But generally somebody in my position, there's kind of a textbook thing of how you're supposed to behave, how you're supposed to dress, how you're supposed to act, all of those things. And I'm not going to do that. And, that was one of the things that I told our guys. I've also told our coaching staff, with our coaching staff, I told them, I hired you because of who you are as a person. I think you're a good man. I'm excited for what you're going to bring to our kids. And I didn't hire you to be somebody that you're not. And so that's something that I want to get across to our kids. That's not saying that you can just act a fool and say, well, it's just me. There's obviously limitations on that. But I would say anytime I got into something that didn't work for me, generally I was trying to be something that I'm not. So I'd like to get that across to our kids, our coaches, and then, ultimately myself.
So kids know if it's genuine or not, don't they?
Oh, they can smell it from a mile away.
Oh, yes, they can.
That's one thing that I learned pretty early.
So it'll be Landon Parks with the bases loaded. Top of the second, still nobody out. Talking to Coach Peabody. That is into right field. West shades down, moving to his right. He will make the play. Runners at second and third will tag and move up. And we have a 4-0 ball game. So that'll bring up Lake and Franz. Kids do know when you're genuine for sure. This might be a good kind of time to talk about who you got on your staff.
Yeah.
Tell us about those guys.
Yeah, I'd love to. We will have Coach McCormick will be our defensive coordinator.
Mac.
Yep, Coach
Big
Mac.
Sooner fan, so you better get your Sooner.
Yeah.
You better get your Sooners trivia up to date. Okay?
Nobody's perfect.
I know, but hey, I'm from Oklahoma. I'm a diversity hire, so I get it. All right.
Yeah. So Coach Mack, crazy as it sounds, he was actually one of my Little League football coaches. So I've known Coach Mack my whole life. So we always kind of joke now I get to boss him around like he did me for a number of years.
He's a dandy.
But the number one thing that I really enjoy about Coach Mack has always been I loved playing for him. And that I know he has such a great relationship with so many kids, and I think that's something that we really need. So Coach Mack will call our defense. Also was defense coordinator here for Coach Slade and some good times. And so I know he's excited about getting back into the district. We're excited to have him.
Yep.
Now, Coach Weber will be our offensive coordinator.
All right.
Coach Weber has been the head coach at Mission Valley. He has been at Rose Hill. He's been at Wamego, and he was a guy that I was really excited to get to join our staff. He just has such a multitude of experience in so many different aspects
and is
of
published.
football. There is no doubt. published author.
Yes.
And he does a great job. And I'm just looking forward to how he can help us in terms of, all of the knowledge that he's gathered. But I think also what will help him a lot with me is with me being a first-year head football coach. He's done it for a number of years, and it's just always good to have a guy on staff in a position like that to kind of help you navigate through some things. On the offensive side of the ball, Coach Weber will be there. Coach Allen, maybe a little bit of a nepotism hire there,
It
but
happens.
he will coach the offensive line. Seth Fowley, former
Yep.
Colt,
Yep.
will help Coach Allen.
He's got
there.
D1 experience, doesn't he?
That he does.
Okay.
And he's going to help out Coach Allen on the offensive line. He'll work with our freshmen a little bit. But like you said, it's always great to have, an alum in that spot, but also a guy with high-level experience. And so I think that'll be something that resonates with our kids as well. Coach Weber will be the offense coordinator, work with the quarterbacks. Coach Moore, Jamison Moore, don't hold this against him, but he was a Derby High grad. Was a running back over there at Derby.
Well, we'll have to
Jamison
work
Moore.
on, talking slow and stuff.
That
okay?
is true.
All right.
That is true. But he, another small world thing, he was actually my next door neighbor over there on 55th and Broadway.
How about that?
So we grew up together.
It's going full circle.
It is. We grew up together, and he's been coaching with us over at Capon for a number of years, and he's decided to make the move with me, come on home, and so we're excited to have Coach Moore. There's Colby Leeper will coach
Yep.
our wide receivers. Guy in the building. And I would say the number one thing that all these guys have in common is they're great with kids.
Yep.
You
And
know,
they're great men, too.
They're great men. They're great with kids. I always say that if we can get a group of great men, we can teach you all the football we need.
Yep.
Can't make you a better man.
Right.
And so that's really
Can't
the
coach
number.
that.
Right. And so that's really what we look for. On the defensive side of the ball, like I said, Coach Mack will be our defensive coordinator. He'll also work with the inside linebackers. At corner, defensive backs, Coach Dixon will coach the corners, wrestling coach here. I've been really impressed with Coach Dixon. He's a guy that's very, very positive, and he just has such an energy about him.
Yeah.
Every time I talk to him, I'm blown away at
How
just
about
how
that?
much energy he has with him. And so that's something that resonates with our kids. The kids love him. He's a great coach, and I'm really excited to have him as
You feel
well.
like energy is contagious?
Oh, there's no doubt. I think that's one thing you can't teach.
Yeah. I think that's probably
And,
right.
and it rubs off on people. It rubs
does.
off on the kids. It rubs off on the community. We have a defensive line coach, Coach Winfield. Coach Winfield coached with Coach McCormick out at Newton for a couple years. He played his college ball at Bethel College.
And that's Grady Clements, folks, into the bottom of the second. Salt Hawks lead at 5-0. So Clements picks on the first pitch he sees and drives it off the fence in left field. That's out of a lot of ballparks, folks. So it'll bring up Camden Statler. Salt Hawks got 4 in the top. They lead at 5-0. We're talking with Coach Peabody, the new football coach. He's telling us all about his staff. Now, will your coordinators be in the booth or on the field?
Coach Mack will be on the field. I know that's his preference to calling things. I believe Coach Weber will be on the field as well.
Okay.
It's really their preference. I know there's pros and cons to both. Even when I coordinated, I preferred to be, I would say that from a strategic perspective, I like to be in the box and kind of be, it gets you out of the emotion of the game.
Big
you can
picture.
be more analytical, but I think it's important for those guys to be on the sideline.
Okay.
There's certain things you can't pick up in the box.
Well,
so if
I
you got a
think
guy
the
in the box
influence
that
of
you
those guys.
trust, there's no doubt. So if you got guys you trust upstairs, you're able to do it. But like I said, Coach Winfield has been at Newton with Coach Mack, with Coach Slade.
And a slow roller to short. Statler is thrown out by a half a step and one away. Over to third is Clements.
And so he will coach our defensive line. He's about 26, another young guy, played some college ball, have a really good effect with the kids. The thing that stuck out to me about Coach Winfield is, the first thing he talked about when we interviewed was how important it was for him to get in the building so he could build that relationship with kids. And I thought that was really important. And so Coach Winfield will be there. We do have one more guy we're kind of waiting on, and it's not official yet, so I wouldn't.
Okay.
I won't say that, but yeah. So we've got
Sounds
almost
like
a
you've
full
got
staff assembled.
a nice staff assembled, a nice staff of principled men. that I know all of those guys.
Right.
So I think he made some good choices.
Yeah, and it was one of those things where we wanted to get as many guys in the building as we can. We wanted guys that were familiar with the with the campus and the Hayesville community. I thought that was really important.
Cool. All right, still bottom of the second, runner at third base, one out. Colts trail at 5-0. Here is Madrigal. Ripped foul left side. We're talking to Coach Peabody, the new head football coach for the Colts. He is telling us a little bit about some things that are happening. He just finished up telling us a little bit about his staff. Sounds like a very experienced staff. What are some of the immediate adjustments that players will experience in your program?
Well, the last thing I wanted to say is Coach Robinson will also be on staff with us. I did not want to leave out Coach Rob.
Yep.
Coach Rob is a great guy, great coach, and another guy that if you're noticing a common theme here is great with our kids.
Yeah, he's our team chaplain for our Aviators team in the summer.
Awesome. So Coach Rob will be on defense. He'll be helping out with the defensive line. He was a guy that's always been on offense, and we asked him to move over, and he's been great with the transition. And I told him, you will learn more football this year than you ever have in your life just because he's switching sides of the ball. You see everything in a different perspective. In terms of immediate changes, I can't speak positively on a lot of those things just because I wasn't here in,
Correct.
In the past.
I'm not asking you to compare anything.
Right.
I'm just saying. All right, through the hole, left side, Madrigal with a base hit, and now a 5-1 ball game with one out.
Right. I would say, though, that in terms of practicing and just everything we do, we are very, very up-tempo. We're very fast. We don't believe in taking a lot of time on the field.
So not going to be standing around a lot.
They can. I'll be out by that time. But
okay, all right.
we try to get in and get out.
Yeah.
And what you find with that is
so quick practices?
Yeah, we generally try to stay around an hour 45 to an hour and a half. Now, that'll be a little bit different at first just because there will be a lot of not changes, but it will just be, whenever you're learning new things, you kind of have to slow it down a bit. But I think when we get into the groove of things and they start to get it, we really want to emphasize going at a fast tempo.
Okay. And, kids, after a while, have an attention span, and once you get past it, no matter what you do, really.
Yeah, I'm over at Capon right now, and we're block schedule. I know campus has block schedule too, and so you're in there for an hour and a half, hour 40, and I learned pretty quick that within 35 to 40 minutes, you better have them.
You better have them, or you're not getting them.
There's no doubt, and so I'd completely agree with that.
Now, without getting into too much detail and giving out too many secrets, what kind of defensive and offensive schemes can fans look for this year?
Yeah, on defense, we're going to pride ourselves in being fairly multiple. I think when you look at our league, what you look at is you look at the Mays South, the Derby, and you got a lot of wide open, tempo, spread-based offenses. And so one of the things that I've always believed is that you have to be in a system that's multiple, that allows you to go with 5 defensive backs, that allows you to give different fronts and things like that. And what football's kind of morphed into is they've kind of taken that old 4-4 to 4-3 look, and they've replaced that weak side 4-3 backer with more of a hybrid type, safety type guy. So we're looking to be pretty multiple, show a lot of different looks, and utilize those 5 defensive backs in whatever way we feel is necessary. That could be 4-2, that could be 3-3. Just it really depends on our personnel. But we do plan on being very multiple just based on the offenses that we're going to face. Offensively, we want to run the football. We will do that from a lot of different formations. But our thing, I've always said you got to establish the run, then have fun. So we always want to establish the run. We want to control the clock. We want to master time of possession. But we also want to have the ability to go fast, to go slow, and things like that. So we truly believe in running the football. We more base pride ourselves on our concepts as opposed to one particular system. So we want to run the ball. We want to be multiple. We want to be able to change tempos. Now, how we go about doing that is going to depend on our personnel, is going to depend on the week, in those things. But we will run the football. We will prioritize that. I think you look at every single state championship team in the past 10 years, and they all are up to top 5 in rushing. So we will prioritize running the football. And then whatever else we do above that, play action passing game, 5-step game, 3-step game, it's really just going to be dependent on who we have and what we're getting that week. So.
Can you kind of expand a little bit especially for the non-football folks that are listening, about what it means to be able to run the football first. Why is that so important?
Well, I think it's important for a couple aspects. One, I think it allows you to dominate time of possession, and I think that's very important. With kind of the spread and the tempo, that's kind of gotten overlooked.
Okay.
In recent years. And so we want to dominate time of possession. We want to limit turnovers. But I think there's also just a huge mental and physical advantage that you can gain by running the football. I think it brings a toughness and tenacity to your football team that's hard to find anywhere else. It gives you an identity of what you want to establish. So we're always going to want to establish the run. First and foremost, we always say establish the run, then have fun after that. And then after that, it becomes what front are we facing, what kind of coverages are we facing, what kind of athletes do we have, what kind of athletes do they have. But I would say for sure that our primary goal will always be to establish running the football and then go from there.
Well, thank you for explaining that. You hear that all the time on TV, and I don't think the casual average fan knows exactly what that means. So I appreciate you clarifying that. So we've talked about some schemes, and you've kind of hit on this a little bit, but everybody gets a little one-dimensional in terms of benchmarks. What are some of the first season benchmarks you have in your head? I mean, sure, wins and losses are easy for anybody to look at, but what are some other things you're thinking about wanting to get accomplished?
Our first goal, which actually, when I was fortunate enough to be granted this job, we kind of put goals in terms of 30-day, 60-day, 90-day. We're kind of in that 30 to 60-day right now. But I would say that all of our goals are going to primarily focus initially around numbers, about getting kids out, about getting this community excited about football, about aligning that community like we talked about, and just being able to establish those relationships that I think are really necessary for that long-lasting relationship throughout the community.
Okay.
And so, one of our things we talked with our coaching staff about the other night is I think one of the most overlooked aspects of a football program is obviously would be how many football players we have out as freshmen, but B, how many we retain. Because if we're able to retain a very high number of those freshmen, that tells you that they had a good experience, that they enjoy the camaraderie, and that we can build that program from that. So I would say our most significant black and white benchmark from year one is probably going to be A, how many freshmen we can get out, and B, how many freshmen we can keep out. And then you expand that 2 or 3 years, and then you look up, and you obviously maybe things go well. You got a really big roster.
Then you're building a new trophy case.
I sure hope so.
On the ground, a short, second for one, over to first, not in time. Colts are going to get one more, and they now trail at 5-3, 2 outs in the inning. Schroeder with an RBI and a fielder's choice. Over to third base is Van Asdale. West is erased. And 2 outs in the inning. We're in the bottom half of the second, 5-3 Hutch. We're talking with Coach Peabody, new football coach, talking X's and O's. Of course, I'm an 8-man guy, so you can just forget about, you can slow things down pretty quick. So, I've got one personal question here.
Yes, sir.
And you don't have to answer if you don't want to, but you've worked at KU, right?
Yes, sir.
And University of Notre Dame.
Yes, sir.
People want to know, what's it like to run out those tunnels on Saturday afternoon?
It's you can't really describe it. I'd say that. You can't really describe it.
Well,
I would say that. It's just it's incredible. And really, in those situations, a couple of them I was a strength conditioning coach, and really what got me there is, it was great to be a part of, and it was awesome. But I was a strength conditioning coach, and I only worked with football and things like that. But what I missed,
that was plenty, don't you reckon?
Right. And what I missed in those opportunities was the X's and O's, the coaching part of it.
Oh, okay.
And so, I'd kind of go out and I'd be on the sideline. We'd warm them up. We make sure everybody stay back. But it got boring pretty fast.
Yep.
And what I really missed was the actual X's and O's coaching of it. And I don't want to diminish the role of a strength conditioning coach, but I was really missing that aspect of going out, not knowing what you're going to get, the game planning portion of it, a big play, and that was kind of the part that I missed about that. So,
Well, guess what? You're now the X's and O's guy, and you're also the strength and conditioning coach.
Yes, sir.
So we'll get you a cot.
Yeah, that is a little bit all encompassing. Huh?
Yes, it is. But you're young. You're 31. I remember when I was
Yeah.
31. I could make it past 4 o'clock in the afternoon, no problem back then. So we're talking to Coach Peabody. He's going to be taking over the football program. We go to the top of the third. Salthawks lead it 5-3. So you've talked a little bit about success. You've talked about building men. You've talked about building relationships. You've talked about building consistency. You've talked about building relationships with parents and continuity. Is there anything else that would indicate success in a Coach Peabody football team?
I think in terms of indicators, I think obviously it's numbers, it's kids continuing to stay out. I think that one's very basic. At the same time, I think what becomes really important, in our program is, speaking of, you mentioned when I was at Notre Dame, our big thing when I was at Notre Dame was our kind of saying, I guess, was attack adversity. And so, like you said, with storms and with weather, how do you get through a storm? I think that's something that if we can get our kids to understand that when that adversity comes, which there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's coming.
It's
no
coming.
matter how good you are, no
It's
matter how
coming.
bad you are, you're going to have those moments. And if we can get them to embrace those moments and understand that how they react in those storm moments will define who they are, not only as a young man, but who our team will be.
Do you
I
find
think-
that kids need to be coached on how to manage adversity?
I think they do.
Okay.
I
agree.
I think it's both. So actually this week what we've actually been working on is, we've instituted what's called a leadership council. And what that is they have certain benchmarks they need to be able to hit to qualify for that leadership council. And our leadership council requirements are at least a 2.5 cumulative GPA. They are 95% attendance in the summer, 95% school attendance, and then good social standing within campus high school. And that could be referrals, talking to administrators, things like that. So to even be considered for that leadership council, they have to be a senior, rising senior, and they have to be able to qualify and check all those boxes. And what that is for us is it gives our seniors, our kids that want to be leaders, it gives them that opportunity to lead, to have a say in what goes on in our program. It can be as small as, hey, what color pants do you want to wear this week on the road or something like that. It could also be we have a kid miss practice for a week and a half and comes back and wants to be on the team, and we bring it to the council. What do you guys think? So it's a chance for them to take ownership, but also what we'll do in those meetings, every week is it could be me, it can be one of my assistants, but our chief goal there is to, A, let them know that they have a voice, but B, what we really want to accomplish there is really teach them how to lead. Because I think one of the most common things in coaching is a lot of times you hear coaches say, well, we just don't have any leaders. Kids don't know how to lead. Well, you need to put something in place to teach them how to lead, and I think that's really important. So that's an opportunity. That's one thing that we are implementing that will help them in that. What we'll also do is, what I have a tough time with is they have to write an application. They need 3 character references. So even to apply for the council, it shows a lot of initiative,
Sure.
which we want. And we do have some guys that won't make that leadership council just because there's certain requirements they won't make. And the most important thing to me there was I don't want to say, hey, kid, hey, thanks for your interest, but you didn't make it. Sorry. Guess you can't be a leader. And so what we implemented there for those guys that applied and didn't quite qualify is we developed a leadership and training. They call it the LIT team. And what that is they get to be in all those meetings with the leadership council. They just don't have the power to necessarily vote.
So they get to observe it.
They get to observe, and they also get to be developed as leaders. Because my thing was, if they're going to show the initiative and want to be a part of that experience, I believe that we should do all we can to kind of nurture that with those kids. And even if they're not at that level to meet those benchmarks now, maybe the next semester they are. And maybe it can give them some momentum to try to reach that, as opposed to just saying, hey, son, that ain't you, And so I guess that would be an example of how, we're doing everything we can and putting things in place to kind of to grow those leaders, I guess, and to provide that, because I know there's a lot of guys that are kind of natural charismatic leaders, but there's a lot of guys too that I think can develop into one.
And quietly lead by example.
Right. I think that kind of encompasses all the different kinds. And so we just want to have that in place to be able to provide. Like you said, our number one goal is to teach kids to work hard and grow them as men. And I think that's a great opportunity to do that.
So you're not leaving anything to chance. So you're looking at X's and O's, you're looking at athleticism, and you're also looking at character. All of those are going to be addressed one way or another. Nothing is left to chance.
Yes, sir. So, our mission statement mission statement is something that it gets tweeted a lot, it gets put on walls. But what we really want to do is we want to use football as a vehicle to develop young, resilient men, that are able to make positive contributions to their community, and to their football team. And so how we do that is kind of that leadership program. It's the LIT team. It's all those things. So what we did is we took our mission statement, and then the next thing is, okay, how do we implement that? So one of the things in our mission statement was we want to have an uncommon work ethic. Okay, now the next slide is, what does that look like? Because everybody says they work hard.
Yeah.
You won't go down to any team out here and say, you guys work hard? No, not really. But a lot of them don't.
Yeah.
And so we wanted to put.
So we have to have a standard.
Right. And so we wanted to put parameters on, okay, well, what does that look like? And for us, it's a year-long 0-hour enrollment. Nobody likes getting up early. I get it. But,
Hey, if I'm not there, start without me.
but, if we want to accomplish the things that we want to accomplish,
Sure.
we don't really have a choice.
Yep.
Because, getting up early is not for everybody, but neither's winning.
Neither's
So,
winning.
We're going to do that. And so that's it. That's an example of, okay, well, you say you want an uncommon work ethic. Well, what does that look like? Well, if you're waking up early to train for any sport all year long, I'd say that's pretty uncommon. It's their summer weights attendance. And I understand that we have, especially baseball kids, they've got tournaments and stuff, and sometimes those start on Thursdays or Fridays. And as long as those kids are transparent about that,
Absolutely.
I'm not going to stop a kid from going to play a sport, whether it's basketball or baseball. If we all say, which everybody does, which everybody says, well, I want multi-sport guys. Well, you need to be able to foster that as well and not punish a kid for going and playing.
So that is kind of the consensus of all the great coaches. You're looking for multi-sport athletes.
Yes, sir. And I think what we're looking to build here through the strength conditioning program, not just football here at campus, is we want to have athletes that will go and play in the fall and play in the winter and play in the spring. And those 3-sport athletes are so hard to come by now. But I think the most important thing for us to really foster that is I think it becomes very important to have those positive relationships with not only the coaches here at campus, but even kind of the club coaches and those things, because I think sometimes we lose sight of the fact that the kid is really what matters, and not this summer team and not that summer team. And
Correct.
And we always have to keep the kid at the forefront of that, because a lot of kids are getting burnt out.
Yep.
And so I think it's just important for us adults, us coaches, to be able to work together.
So that kind of leads me to my next question. Why do you think kids quit sports?
I think each case would be different. I think it's
Sure,
all
but-
individual. But I think we all know that there's certain factors, such as depending on the kid.
I guess you can look at why do they stay, and just look at the opposite of that. I mean, I don't know.
That's a great point.
I don't know.
That is a great point. Well, I think any time they're staying, I think they belong. I think they feel like they belong to something that's bigger than them. And I think that keeps kids coming back.
So we're talking to Coach Peabody here. We're in the top of the third. Salt Hawks get one more, 6-3. Grady Clements has thrown out the last two runners trying to steal second base. And here's Carter Morgan. So we're talking with Coach Peabody about keeping kids engaged. And that is into left field, and Van Asdale, the youngster, will juggle it, but will hold on eventually. And that'll do it for Morgan. He will fly out to left field for out number 3. We've played 2.5, 6-3 Salt Hawks. Coach, any thoughts about things that you want to get out there at this point in time? I've gone through all the weird questions that I could think of from a baseball standpoint.
Yeah, no, I guess I would just like to reiterate the fact that I feel very blessed to be in this position. It's definitely not something that I take lightly. I was a kid that if I didn't, I played for Coach Slade at Rose Hill, and he's a guy that I feel like if I wasn't a saint always at time in high school, and I felt like
Not what I heard, but
he was my football coach, and he was always a positive role model in my life, and I feel like I wouldn't have been able to do some of the things I've been able to do if it wasn't for him. He's still coaching me to this day. I still talk to him, once every few weeks. Sometimes it's giving
he's
him a
one of
hard
those
time.
guys that I've noticed, Coach, that has that energy that's contagious.
Right. And so I would just like to reiterate that I feel very blessed to be in this position. I don't take it lightly. I'm very much looking forward to trying to, get this thing going in the right direction, and that might always mean initially wins and losses, but I think what we've got to really capitalize on is kind of changing hearts and minds and getting this community aligned, and I think we can really take advantage of all of its benefits if we can all work together. And I know that sounds kind of cheesy, but it's true.
Well, no, it's right, because, I've been here 16 years, and this is one of the best educational school districts in the galaxy.
Right, I agree.
We have great people here.
Right.
So I think you're going to fit in perfectly. Now, we got to clear something up, okay? Now, you've spent some time in South Bend, right?
Yes, sir.
You go down that tunnel, and there's a sign.
There is a sign.
There's a sign that says, "Play like a champion today."
Yes, sir.
Now, do those people understand that they stole that from the University of Oklahoma? Do they understand that?
I guess I would like to preface this with, this sounds like a perspective of an Oklahoma fan.
It might be.
Okay.
It might be.
And
Have you heard that story, though?
I have, but I feel like some people in South Bend have an opposite one.
They do. I bet they do. But you know what? I think it can be used two places, though.
Yeah, I very much agree.
Have you had an occasion to meet the real Rudy?
No, I haven't, but what I was told when I was down there, I don't know how much truth there is to this. I heard he doesn't come to the alumni things because everybody gives him such a hard time.
Oh, I bet they do.
So now, they told him he went Hollywood and all these other
Oh,
guys,
my.
and they told him that it was all blown out of proportion. So I don't know how much he comes around anymore.
Well, I was fortunate to meet him one time, and he seemed like a really nice guy, but
Right.
didn't look like much of a ball player to me. But then again, that was back in the 70s, and I don't think everybody looked like a ball player back then. But
times were a little bit different.
times were a little bit different. The weight room was different.
Yeah, and I would say that the weight room was a lot different. I think that's positive and negative. I think on one hand that we've made a lot of great advances that have helped us. I think on the other hand, we've also, I think, maybe tried to advance too much and kind of get away with the meat and potatoes of what got you there in the first place. So
Yeah.
I think that goes both ways.
Yeah. So I know this is probably not this is not campus football, but when you go out on the road recruiting in college, how big a deal is character to recruiters?
It's enormous, and I think.
How do you screen that?
Well, when I was in the game, what we would do was we would always start with the head football coach. And social media is great, but one negative of social media is I would say probably 85 to 90% of coaches have started to bypass the head football coach because they can just go follow a kid on Twitter, message the kid, here's your film, and go from there. So generally in the past, I worked for Kent Kessinger at Ottawa University. And one of his biggest things was, I don't want to see a kid's film unless you've talked to the head football coach. And so now with that, it's still not perfect, but you're at least character screening with the head football coach. And then generally you want to see the parents and things like that. So I think the way that we screen, it's an enormous deal, but I think it's kind of getting bypassed now. The more digital recruiting has gone because it's just another step. But I think it's very important. It's incredibly important. I'd always start with the head football coach. From there, you go to the parents. Now, at the Division I level, they've some coaches have gone to the extremes of they'll go to the counselor's office, they'll go talk to your principal, because generally a lot of the head football coach, even if he doesn't mean, is going to say positive things so he can get a kid to the next level. He can post that about his program. But those Division I coaches, they usually find a few avenues to get the real truth. So I'd say it's very important.
Very important. Okay. Well, one time when I was working in Oklahoma, at Enid, Oklahoma, I did get a call from John Blake from the University of Oklahoma about a kid, and he wanted to know a little bit more than just ACT scores and other things, and that was a real thrill So I didn't know whether you went and talked to teachers and janitors and stuff like that. You know, if you want to
Yeah.
really know kids.
Right. You know, I guess one example I would use is that I've kind of been on the other side now at the high school level. So when I was at Cape and Mount Carmel, North Dakota State would always come in, and they were recruiting our running back pretty hard. And I will never forget. Generally, even your Division I coaches, they'll come in, they'll watch his film. What are his grades? Okay, see you later. I will say that North Dakota State's coaching staff, every time they came down, they had 15 questions about how's his mom, how's his family life, are there two parents in the household, is there one, how does he do in this, what's his other coaches' names, and they were the most thorough program out of anybody I've ever seen come in. So their success it doesn't surprise me at all.
Well, that's that's a very interesting thing. So, you know, there's a lot of kids out there with talent, and sometimes you know they don't have a whole lot of social talent,
Right.
and that kind of gets them in trouble sometimes. And there's no way to really screen everything out,
Right.
or else you wouldn't have anybody on campus.
Right. Well, and
sometimes
then-
you have to
yeah.
take a risk, I guess.
Yeah, and then the NFL draft would just be simple.
Yeah.
But nobody would watch it, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll say I watch it much, but that's all right. Bottom of the third, Colts first and second. We're talking to Coach Peabody, and that is Cooper Schenkel up to bat. He is hitless today. Walked and scored in the second. 6-3 in favor of the Salt Hawks. We've been having a very nice conversation with Coach Peabody, the new football coach. We've been talking to him about everything. We're going to get some stock advice here in a minute. And
Well, Mr. Hook, what about you? How did you find your way down to Hayesville?
well, they pay school teachers so much better in Kansas than they do in Oklahoma.
Right.
I'm still an Okie. I consider this place northern Oklahoma. We had season tickets at OU up until about 4 years ago, just getting too old to make that trip anymore. And we still watch them on TV. And we love it here. Family's here. Great.
Right.
We found a great church, and it's home.
Awesome. Well, I saw that you made bats. How did that come about?
Oh, my goodness. Well,
Jack of all trades, aren't
we
you?
my wife and I owned a college summer league team, and they had to use wood, and we thought, well, we ought to be able to do that.
Right.
And we couldn't. It took us about 2 years to find out, at least make something we can take out in public. So eventually we
Right.
figured it out. But we had since sold the team and got out of the coaching business. I'm too old to sit on a bucket wondering if you're going to get out of the inning. So
There you go.
it's a wonderful, it's a hobby that pays for itself
I
almost.
gotcha.
So that's what we do. We love doing it, and we love this game, and we can't get enough of it.
So are you a Major League Baseball fan, or?
I do. I love the Rangers,
Okay.
and that was a very exciting year last year. Boy, it's been a long time since we've had any success.
Right.
But you know, we watch the Royals because we get them on TV. But we love Major League Baseball, and we've had several kids that have played for us that have gone on. At least two have gone on to be Major League umpires.
Great.
And one of them is still there, and it's really exciting. So we love this game, and we spend all summer out here with the Aviators. So come watch the Aviators
Oh, for sure.
college game, and come up because we had air conditioning up here, so you could come
Oh,
up here and
okay.
we'll talk football.
There you go.
And by that time, you'll have all the the plays straightened out.
Oh yeah, we'll have them ready to go.
I wonder if somebody's wanting in.
Yeah.
Well, that's Coach Allen. We got all kinds of celebrities up here. Yeah.
That mustache and beard. This guy.
Yeah. Well, I had the dark shades too, just in case anybody was looking.
Well, yeah, autograph seekers, and the paparazzi are out there. Folks, we're talking to Coach
you go.
Peabody, and Mr. Allen, the athletic director, is up here as well. So we're having a nice conversation. So we have the entire first series mapped out, Mr. Allen. So we're going to dial it in this summer when he comes back and talks about with the Aviators.
Power G, throw the fade,
Yeah.
and then we kick the extra point.
Right.
You know that's the way I'd like to script it. I'll just script the whole place for the whole season. We won't even need to show up.
Nope. Send him the script. Stop it.
There you go.
Now, actually, you want to be on the other side. Last man with the pen always wins.
No, you're right about that. Well, if I need any advice, I'll just kind of look up in the stands. They'll tell me what I need to do, right?
Well, pretty much there's several people in the stands, Coach, that'll tell you what you need to be doing.
You know, I'll ask you. I'll come to you first, Mr. Hutch. I'll come to you first.
Oh, don't do that. We only had 8 guys on the field.
So what? So with you being an 8-man guy, what everything's to the perimeter, right? A lot
Yeah,
of jet
I mean, it
stuff.
was really fast, and we had a lot of sweeps, a lot of counter plays. We never pulled anybody.
Yeah.
So it was just that was the way. We might have thrown the ball 2 times this season.
Yeah.
So that's kind of
Well,
how
if
it
you
was.
see Coach Weber, ask Weber about how much he loves to run the jet sweep.
All right, okay,
Coach Weber's a big jet sweep guy.
works for me. But I love to watch it, and we're looking forward to watching you and your staff make some things happen, and we're anxious to see these kids. We always like to watch our kids. A lot of athletes in this school, a lot more than you would than get credit for.
Yeah, well, and I think that's the biggest thing is that was one of our first things with getting our staff together is having guys in the building so we're able to recruit the hallways.
Yeah,
Yeah. That's generally, you go from the college level and you're recruiting your own players. Well, it's the same concept. They're just going to be walking your halls,
Yeah.
and you got to do what you need to do to get those kids. And I think, like we've also talked about, is just how do we promote that multi-sport culture, in this community, and are we willing as coaches to be able to, to let go a little bit at times and to allow that. And everybody I've met with here, I don't see that being a problem whatsoever. Everybody's
Not
been
at all.
positive. Everybody's been very welcoming. I'm very excited.
Well, we're talking with Coach Peabody, and we're in the top of the 4th. Saltox with back-to-back base hits, and looks like they're going to send the runner here, and the runner will make it. So Beavers is going to score from first, and into third base is Blything with a base hit and an error. So now 7-3 in favor of the Salthawks. Coach, you got any parting thoughts? We've kind of drug you up here for a long talk here. We hope we didn't hold you up, and don't want you to get home late and have to make up a bunch of excuses, already.
Yeah, I just, like I said, I can't overstate how grateful I am to be here. It's been a great experience. Like you said, those, it won't all be sunshine and rainbows, and we're going to have tough times. And I think the most important thing is that we equip our kids, to handle those times.
Yeah,
I'm
and to
really
have some
looking forward
fun.
to it. There's no doubt.
It's a fun game.
I heard something the other day. I couldn't agree more. It said, you gotta understand that coaches work football and kids play football.
Yep.
So keep that in mind.
That is exactly right.
And I thought that was a great way to put it.
Well, Coach Peabody, I think you're going to be an asset to this place already.
Thank you so much. I hope you don't jinx me.
I'm not
And
going.
I'll
Oh
come
no!
back for you. If
No,
you
I
do.
know. You know where I'm in the counseling office. I'm usually, about half asleep. But you just wake me up before you start talking.
There's no doubt.
And you got to meet Ellie. I mean, Ellie's our therapy dog, so she comes to
Oh,
school
yeah.
with me. So hope you're a dog person because
I am. I actually, it's not it's not a very football coach centric thing to say, but I do have one cat. So
one cat,
he's an orange cat. His name's Simba. And
orange.
So, yeah.
I don't even own anything orange.
Well, there's
I don't
always
hunt
time.
anymore and don't pick up trash.
I guess I'll just have to drag you up to Stillwater then, huh?
Well, I did go to school there too, so
Okay,
I
okay.
went to both OU and OSU, so
There you
cut
go.
me a little slack. Oh, that's ripped to left field, Coach. So
It is.
another run will score, and it's an 8-3 ball game. So, Coach Peabody, everybody, we appreciate you coming up, and you're welcome to come anytime, especially this summer. If you want to come up and sit in the air conditioning, watch a little Aviators baseball, we would be happy to have you.
That'd be great. Thank you so much
No,
for
you're
having me.
so
I really
welcome.
appreciate it.
And it looks like Coach Flack's going to go out and talk about it. We'll take a break. This is Colt Baseball. can. And welcome back. We're in the top of the fourth. Salt Hawks all over the Colts, 8-3. We've been having if you just joined us, we had a nice conversation with Coach Cody Peabody, the new head coach for campus football. So we had a nice conversation with them. But however, the Colts have kind of fallen apart. Top of the fourth, 2 runs across. Runner at first base. That is through the hole on the left side. That is Parks. Excuse me, that's Franz. And he collects his first base hit
Now
of the
batting,
ball game.
Brock
Down to second
Watkins.
base is Parks. So Brock Watkins will step in. He's 0 for 1 with a walk. This game brought to you by Valley State Bank, a proud supporter of Hayesville School District and Campus Colt Baseball. Valley State Bank serving South Central Kansas since 1897. Appreciate everybody tuning in for Coach Peabody. Nice visit. Sounds like he has a grand plan for campus football. Colts need a plan here to get out of the inning. They're on the top of the fourth, still nobody out. First and second, they trail at 8-3. Colts have been experiencing some mental errors in terms of people being in places they should be and people being in places they shouldn't be. So a little bit of more situational awareness is in order. So Madrigal will take over. He's made 5 appearances on the season, 7 of the third innings of work. He's 1-0. He's given up 14 hits, 12 runs, 9 of which were earned, a couple of walks, 5 strikeouts, and an ERA of 8.59. Fisted popped up. That is going to be the infield fly rule. The batter will be out. Runners will choose to stay and 1 away.
Now batting, Gabe Valdez.
So it'll bring up Gabe Valdez. He's 1 for 2, singled in the third and scored. The air bug has bit the Colts so far, 4 blunders on the afternoon. Valdez, the designated hitter, and the first one to him is away, ball 1. Don't forget that campus softball team. They're 9-1. They're taking on Hutch today. You want to sit down for this one. They have a team batting average of .414. That is into left field. Van Asdale going back. It'll get over his head. 1 run will score, and they will send the other runner, and he will score, and it is a 10-3 ball game. Not sure Van Asdale, his first step was in, but by the time he recovered, I don't think he was going to get it anyway. But Valdez with a double, his second hit of the day. And 10-3 in favor of the Salt Hawks. So going back to that campus softball team, they're 9-1. They've got some kids really lighting it up at the plate. Emmerly Cooper hitting .611, Lillian Clements .484, and Ava Strom with .545 batting average. Alexis Butler, she is a freshman, hit a grand slam against Salina South. So they are clicking on all cylinders. Combined ERA for the entire staff on the softball team is 3.76. So if you get a chance to go check out the softball team at South Lakes, you should do so. Two and one to Lions. It's Juju Lions. A great baseball name. He's got to make it to the bigs with that name. He's 1 for 2, singled and scored in the second. Three and one. Actually, I guess it wasn't 3 and 1. guess it's 3-1 now. My apologies. And the 3-1 low and away, Milwaukee.
Now batting, Jack Yoder.
Third walk of the afternoon given up by Colts pitching. And that's in the dirt. The runner goes. The throw is to the foul side of third. And a stolen base for Valdez. A good jump on that. Read the ball in the dirt just like you draw it up. That throw is on the money, and Clements gets him for his third caught stealing of the day. 2 balls, no strikes to Jack Yoder. And that misses low and away, 3-0. Three balls, no strikes. And that misses upstairs, and Madrigal issues his second walk since coming into the ball game 4 hitters ago. So they're loaded. 1 out in the inning. Top of the order for Carter Morgan, the 9th man to bat here in the frame. And Madrigal took a little off. Yoder way ahead of it. No balls and a strike. Morgan 2 for 3, tripled in the first, led the game off with a triple, and a single and a stolen base and an RBI in the second. That is on the ground off the glove of the first baseman. That is Schenkel. Statler picks up the errant throw and throws low. And 1 run will score. Since the ball was thrown by the player in the field, we'll see how they're going to score that. Wondering if Lyons is going to score. So Coach Flax out of the dugout, Yoder over to third, and Morgan down to second base. So the Colts have kind of self-destructed here. It's now a 12-3 ball game. 1 out in the top of the 4th. A few bounces in the other direction. It might be a little bit different. It looks like Coach Flax is going to make a change. We'll take a break. We will tell you all about the new pitcher when we return. This is Colt Baseball. All right, hit me. And welcome back. Colts are going to make some adjustments. The youngster, the freshman, Trace Van Asdale, will step in. One previous appearance, 2 innings of work. He has 3 walks and a strikeout. And opponents are hitting. Actually, opponents do not have a batting average against, so he's yet to give up a hit. So second and third, 12-3 in favor of the Salthawks. So Van Asdale will come in. And in there for a strike, and that's to Caden Beavers. Two balls, 2 strikes to Beavers. He's 1 for 1 with a couple of walks. And the count goes full. Twelve to 3 in favor of the Salthawks. That's foul straight back. So Schroeder started the game, went 3 innings, gave up 11 hits, 9 runs, 7 of which were earned. 3 walks, and he failed to strike out a man. Madrigal went a third of an inning. 3 hits, 3 runs, 2 of which were earned, and a couple of walks. And you're up to date. 3 balls, 2 strikes. 12 to 3 Hutch, and he walked him. So Beavers will draw the walk. And it'll bring up Cole Blything. He is 1 for 1 with a couple of walks and a stolen base. Scored in the first and the fourth. Bases loaded, 1 out. Corners are in. Double play depth in the middle. Outfield about straight away. And the first one to Blything is low, ball 1. This inning brought to you by Campus Avid, your home base for all things college and career prep. Still looking for current 8th graders. If you're interested, see Dr. Fulton or Jacob Ditton at Campus High School for more details. 1 ball, 1 strike. That is popped up right side and be out of play. In case you're just joining us, you might want to rewind and listen to Coach Peabody. He was here for about 3 innings, talked to us about Colt football next year. That pitch is in the dirt, and a run will score. Well, that will be Yoder. Over to third is Morgan. Down to second is Beavers. 13 to 3 now in favor of Hutch. Don't forget, you can always stream the game live on Game Changer if you want to keep track of the progress. We do stream the game on Game Changer. So you can go from hitter to hitter, situation to situation. That is into right field. That's going to fall. So the runner was with a little late start at third base, thought it might drop. That is Morgan. He will score, and it's 14 to 3 in favor of the Salthawks. So credit Blything with an RBI and a single. Over to third will be Beavers.
Now batting, Landon Parks.
So it'll be Landon Parks First game of the doubleheader. We'll have game 2 for you. Zach will have it for you. You want to stay tuned for that for sure. The always entertaining Zach Fairbaugh. Runners at the corners for Landon Parks. 1 for 3, singled in the 4th. Van Asdale, third pitcher of the afternoon for the Colts. And he's a bump behind, 2 balls and no strikes. And the 2-0's upstairs, and it's now 3-0. So not exactly pounding the zone here. 3 balls, no strikes, 1 out. And a 3-0 right down the middle. Parks looked like he was taken all the way. Three-one. Catches the outside corner. Nice pitch from Van Asdale. Painted the outside corner with it. 3 balls, 2 strikes. He's gotten healthy. We'll see what he's got. And a 3-2 just missed outside. Pretty good. That'd have been a good 0-2 pitch, but good take there by Parks nonetheless. And he'll walk him just a bit off the plate. So it'll bring up Lake and Franz. Looks like Coach Driscoll going to go out and talk about it. While we're sitting here, let's do a little this day in baseball history, shall we? Let's go back to 1980, my day. Cecil Cooper and Don Mooney each hit a grand slam in the second inning of Milwaukee's 8-1 victory over the Red Sox. So 2 grand slams in 1 inning back in 1980 on this day from Cecil Cooper and Don Mooney. So this day in baseball history brought to you by Stompin' Grounds Coffee Company, serving students and staff since 2015. So a quick chat about defensive situations from Coach Driscoll. Bases are loaded for the second time in the inning. Hawks have batted around and then some. This is the 13th man to bat in the frame. That will be Lake and Franz. He fouls off the first pitch he sees, and it's 0-1. Still 1 out only in the inning. And the fastball misses high and away. 1 ball and 1 strike. That's into right center and deep. West going back. He won't get it. That's likely to clear the bases. 1 run will score. 2 runs will score. And here is the 3rd run, and the throw is cut off. So this ball game is now wide open. Parks will score all the way from first on the play, and a triple for Lake and Franz. So credit Franz with 3 RBI. And a commanding lead for the Salthawks here in the top of the 5th. So 17-3 in favor of Hutchinson. They're looking to improve to 5-7. And it's in there for a strike. 2 balls and a strike. That's into center field. Lucas White ranging back into his right. He's got it. The runner will tag and will score. And it's now 18-3. That'll bring up Gabe Valdez. He doubled earlier in the inning, stole a base, and scored. He's 2 for 3. On the ground, left side. Warkins to his right, makes the throw. It's high. And Valdez down to second base on the error. And the ball gets away, and Valdez will be over to third. So the Colts kind of collapsing here in the top of the fifth. Now 18-3 with 2 outs in the fifth. Warkins fielded it and had plenty of time. Throw was high to Madrigal. Throw back to second was wild, and over to third is Valdez. One ball, no strikes to Juju Lyons. He's 1 for 2 with a walk, singled in the second. Soft liner over the head of Staylor. That'll get down for a base hit. And Valdez will score. And an RBI for Lyons. So the Salthawks having the way with the Colts. Top of the fourth. And the first one to Jack Yoder is in there for a called strike. Oh, 1 popped up. Clement's back to have a look, and he won't get there. So the Salthawks 2 hitters away from batting around twice here in the fourth. And 19-3 so far. One and 2. That's fisted foul. Fastball ran in on his hands. Looked like a cut fastball from Van Asdale. Yoder 1 for 2 with a walk. Actually 1 for 1. Is credited with a walk and a sacrifice. Singled and drove in a run in a third. Still in the top of the fourth. I said fifth a while ago, but we'd batted around. My apologies. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Yoder. Yoder playing center field today. Runner goes. That's into right field and will fall in front of West. That'll get down. So a base hit for Yoder. Over to third is Lyons. So it looks like a pinch hitter, Micah Giles, will hit for Morgan. So Giles will hit for Morgan here in the fourth. 2 outs in the inning. And a pitch. Called strike at the knees, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Into center field. White back into his left. He'll get it, and that'll do it. And the Salthawks will bat around twice. And they get 13 here in the fourth. And our new score, 19-3 in favor of Hutch. This is Colt Baseball. We'll be right back. Home half of the fourth we go. Colts with a huge mountain to climb. They trail the Salthawks 19-3. 8, 9, and 1 scheduled for the Colts. Van Asdale, West, and Schroeder. Van Asdale on the ground, left side, picked up by Lyons, over to first, dug out nicely by Watkins, and one away. New pitcher for the Salthawks, Brock Watkins, will step in.
Now batting, number 10, Aiden West.
Left-handed sophomore getting some work today. He'll get Aiden West. Can close the book on Jack Davis. He went 3 innings, gave up 4 hits, 3 runs, all earned. A walk and 4 strikeouts. First pitch to West in there for a strike. He's 1 for 1, singled in the second. And it's low and in. West, $154 coming into the day. That's fouled away. Ball and 2 strikes to the right fielder, Aiden West. One, two. Kind of a wicked release point on that breaking ball, but way outside. And an off-speed pitch, and West will watch it. And 2 away. Kind of an over-the-top release point, but the release is difficult to pick up, say the least. So top of the order for Camden Schroeder. Schroeder 0 for 2, reached on his fielder's choice and drove in a run in the second. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And that's in the dirt. Actually, that's not 2-2. 1-0. My apologies. Took a little off, swung through it. Nice change of pace from Brock Watkins. 2-1. Ripped but caught by Lyons at third base, and that'll do it. So the Colts go quietly in order in the bottom of the fourth. 19-3 Salthawks. This is Colt Baseball. Me back. And welcome back. It appears that they going with the 15 after 4. So a mercy rule in the books. Colts will drop to 5 and 6 on the season, and the Salthawks will improve to 5 and 7. Here's your totals for the Salthawks: 19 runs, 19 hits, no errors, and the Hayesville Campus Colts 3 runs, 4 hits, and 5 errors. So again, a tough one for the Colts. Combination of the error bug and situational awareness. Did square the ball up pretty well, but right at the Salthawks, so hopefully they can keep those bats going. So game 1 in the books. Zach will have game 2 in about 25 minutes. I'm Todd for Zach and Miley. We will see you in about 20 minutes.
welcome, Colts fans, to Game 2 of Hutch versus Campus. And this one, a fly ball for Carter Morgan starting off for Hutch. It'll find the glove of Lucas White in center field. He'll track that one down. Good first pitch for Hagen Warkins. Quick out, no runners on. A game to forget in their first matchup against Hutchinson in Game 1 tonight. It was 19-3. Pretty close game up until the fourth. Campus allowed 13 runs. And the game ended after the fourth on a run rule. But so far to start, a quick out for the Campus in this first inning. And now Beavers up at the plate. Already had one ball on him. He'll foul the next pitch. So he'll have a 1-1 on him. And then next pitch high. Grady Clements caught it above his head. So 2 balls, 1 strike right now for Warkins. Played last game at shortstop. Came up with some big plays and another high ball. This one looks like it's for Schroeder. And he'll corral it. So now 2 up, 2 down for the Colts. Both on pop flies. And that'll bring up Bleeding. Decent game for him on the first one. First pitch for him is a ball high above his helmet. So Cole, Bling. That one also high. Grady having to come up out of his stance for it. So it'll be 2 balls for the second baseman. And this one, he'll throw to left field. Van Asdale will come up to it, and he's looking for second. Play at seconds. He'll be safe. So a double for Bling. So 2 runs for the Colts, and that one just to the right of Van Asdale. He had to go get it, and the runner made it to second. So now Warkins will look him down, and he'll throw a heater in there. It'll be on the outside. And now the other side, this one inside for a call strike. So it'll be 1-1. And this one hit high. Same spot to Van Asdale. It's still traveling. And it'll hit. So Lucas White has to find it. They had a runner go home. And they'll get him out at third. So Landon Parks hit one in between the center fielder and the left fielder. Went for the triple play, and they got him out at third. So Campus only giving up 1. We'll be back. So now to start the top of the first, Camden Schroeder will hit up a little lollipop to the first baseman. Got a little too much air under that one. So Juju Lyons this game will start pitching for Hutch, and he'll have a great start for him as well. That one to Schroeder. He'll get one pitch and one out. And so Lucas White makes his way up to the plate. Center fielder. He'll take a swing at this one, and it'll fly out the ballpark. So that one a foul ball. Hit that one to the right a little early on his swing. And now another foul ball for Lucas White. So 1 ball, 2 strikes on White for his first at-bat of this game. And he'll go out swinging. Took a hack at that one. Just missed it. So 2 outs now for Hutchinson as Workins makes his way to the plate. First pitch for Workins. He'll take a swing at it. Looked a little off balance there. So catching tonight for Hutchinson is Landon Parks. He's back there. He's been a good wall for them the first game. Only had 1 ball go behind him. And now Workins takes a swing at that one, and it'll be foul. He'll have a 2-2 count. Tough spot here for Workins, just going to make it to first. And that one down the middle. So 3 quick outs for Hutch. And we will be back. So now inning 2 of game 2, Hutch versus Campus. Very quick first inning from all parties involved. Just 1 point scored by Hutch, so it'll be 1-0. Had 7 total batters 6 outs. And now to start the second, Hagen Workins has a ball and a strike on Valdez out there. And then that next pitch is inside. It'll be a ball. Valdez just watched that one go by. And now this one to the shortstop, Statler. Couldn't field it cleanly. And the runner will make it to first. And Workins allowed 12 hits so far this season. That one will make it 13 for a good single. And now they got the designated hitter out there. And the runner on first, he'll take a chance at him. Won't make it there in time. So play at first, he's safe. And Cooper Schinkel holding him on still. They'll try him again. Still safe. Some good base running mechanics over there. So now Workins will focus his attention at the batter. And he'll take a swing at it. He'll find a little piece of it, but not enough, so a foul ball. And that one dropped next to Clements. Workins' next pitch is hit over the head of Camden Schroeder. So that'll be a single. A runner at first and a runner at second. And two great little hits to start off the inning for Hutch. Not the biggest plays, but got both their runners on base. Two singles to start it off. And now coming up, number 13 for Hutchinson. So some 13-on-13 action. This one, a foul. It'll fly out, and the runners will go back to their base. Grady Clemens coming to take a little talk with Workins. Maybe it looks like a signal miscue, but looks like they got it figured out. So Trent McClendon has one strike on him at the plate. And no one holding on the second baseman. That one a strike. Good swing on that one. Just missed it. Great position to be in if you're Workins. 2 strikes, no balls, and now it looks like Colton Flax wants to talk with the umpire real quick. Check everything. So no outs, a runner on first and second for the Colts. Hagen Workins has this batter 2 strikes. And it looks like we got a long chat here from Colton and the umps. Workins and Clements will have their own little discussion as there's time. Pretty windy day here in Hayesville, has been the past couple weeks, as it's just starting to get into baseball weather. I'm loving it, but it's throwing all the balls foul into right field. And so a lot of talk in here, not a lot of motion out on the field. And so we'll end our break. Trenton McClendon will hit a foul ball into the sky. So he'll have 2 strikes on him after that long discussion. Workins still running with runner at first and second, and another foul ball here from Trent. That one will go into left field. Looks like the head coach ran after that one. And McClendon still in a bad spot. 2 strikes, no balls. But he's hit a couple foul. He's staying alive. And in game 1, McClendon didn't see the field. This time they're letting him hit the ball, and he'll take a swing at that one. And that'll be an out. Missed it. And this will bring up number 8 for the Hutchinson Salt Hawks. So Jack Davis up at the plate. Pitched him last game. Great game from him. 1 run allowed. He didn't hit in the first game. So now they'll have him play in center field. And that pitch from Workins, a strike. Davis didn't think it looked good. And still a runner on first and second for Workins. He'll check the second baseman runner. And that one just over the head of Yoder. Excuse me, Davis. And Hutch had themselves a great game in game 1, swinging the bats. Scored 19 points. And this one, Davis will swing foul towards his own dugout. And it will put him down in the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Campus still no runs scored this inning with 1 out. And Jack Davis, tall, lengthy guy, helps him at the mound, gives him a lot of reach at the plate, and he says he wants time, so he'll take a second. And now Workins will step off. He'll take himself a second. And he'll go back to work on Jack Davis. Jack Davis will take a swing at it, and that'll be his 3rd strike. So 2 outs for the Colts. This will bring up Jack Yoder, the center fielder. Workins pitched a great inning so far. He needs himself 1 more out to get out of it. And that one on the inside, it'll be a strike. Great breaking pitch there from Workins to the inside. Fooled Yoder a little bit. And Workins will try at the runner. Camden Schroeder there to get the ball to no avail. He was safe. Had to get himself in the dirt, though. Slide into second. And now Workins still looking at Franz over at second base. He will take the pitch, though, and that one will be a little low for Yoder. So 1 ball, 1 strike on Yoder. As he's the 9-hole for Hutch. And he'll take a swing at this one. It'll just go straight up and out. So that one a foul ball. We'll put Workins here in a good spot. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Yoder. And 2 outs here in the inning for the Colts, just 1 more to seal it. This one a foul. Swing that one into right field. And a low sun here at 6:40 from the west, blinding. Kind of hard to see for the right fielders. And then that one will be outside, so a ball on Workins' pitch. And both the runners stole. So it'll bring them to second and third. Great timing there from Franz and from Parks. Timed the pitch perfectly, and we've seen Clements pick off some base runners. That time they were too quick for him, too. That pitch from Workins on the inside. So it'll bring up a full count on Yoder. So now full count for Workins. And Yoder will take a swing at it. He's a little late, didn't get a full chunk. That one will go out on the left side. As Yoder's really fighting with Workins here. And the infield will move up on the full count, but the ball will be low. And Yoder will make his way over to first base. So now bases loaded, 2 outs for the Salt Hawks. And Workington's pitch will go foul. It'll fly out into the left field. 2 outs here for the Colts. Bases loaded. So Workins trying to make it out without disaster, as it looks like the ump needs a little refill. Ran out of balls in his pouch. Hutch has been hitting too many foul. It's working for him as they got bases loaded. Still no runs scored from the Salt Hawks this inning. It's Workins' pitch outside. Carter Morgan said he didn't want it. And Hutch in 2 innings back at the start of their lineup. And that one low from Workins. So now 2 balls on Morgan. Workins trying to avoid disaster with bases loaded. And this one will go behind Clements, and it looks like he's trying to get up. So the runner at third will score. Lakin Franz, after some good base running, will be rewarded. And it looked like that ball really got a piece of Clements. Looks like he might need a second. As Hutch extends their lead to 2. And they still have a runner on third and second. Grady Clements seems to be doing better now. And Carter Morgan still at the plate. Now got 3 balls, no strikes. As that base from Lakin Franz was stolen. So just need 1 out here. And this one hit the Schinkel, and it will go foul. And that one really looks like it got a piece of Schinkel too. And 2 runners will score off the double play. So Hutch will score 2 on that one. It'll bring the score from 4-0. And Colton Flax looks like he needs to go check on Cooper Schinkel as he's still down in the right field. And we'll take a second. And we're back after that long break. No worries. Cooper Schinkel looks to be doing all right. And during that break, Campus West made a sub. Aiden West is now pitching for Hagen Warkins. Campus still has 2 outs with a runner on second. And Aiden West's first pitch is low. And Carter Morgan will make his way over to third base. And so Beavers watch that first one. West in a decent spot with 2 outs. Beavers will take a swing. That one will find its way to Van Asdale on the ground. So they'll get a single at home. And a runner will score.
Now batting, number 5, Cole Blathing.
So the Salt Hawks will now have a 5-point lead. Cole Blathing will come up to the plate. Now Aiden West with just a runner on first. He'll take a peek at him. That one hit right to Aiden West. Looks like he'll jog over to first and get him out. So Blathing will be the last out of this inning. Hutch scored 4, and we'll be back. So the Colts in that first one let it slip in that second inning a little bit, and now Grady Clements will make his way up to the plate. Colts in a little bit of a hole, down by 5. And Juju Lyons had himself a good pitching inning, first inning he was in. And now this one for Clements, he'll take a swing at. It'll be a foul ball. So 1 ball, 1 strike on Clements to start this inning off. And now another foul. This one will soar high. Clements in that first game had himself a great hit. Got his ball all the way to the center field fence for a double. He's been quiet since that. And that next pitch, a ball in the dirt. So 2 balls, 2 strikes now for Grady Clements. And he'll watch that one. It'll be outside. Good choice there from Clements. And that one's high. So Clements will make his way over to first off the full count, ball 4.
Next batter for the Colts, number 6,
And now
Camden Statler.
Grady Clements will need him a
And
courtesy runner.
Number 18, Carson Smith.
Carson Smith will make his way out there. And now Camden Statler will come to the plate. And they'll try and pick Carson Smith off. He'll make it back to the base. Maybe a little too far extended on the lead for him, but a good play to make it back. And that pitch high for Statler. Whizzed right past his eyes. So 2 balls, no strikes for Camden Statler. And that one will go behind the catcher, so Carson Smith will happily jog over to second base. That one looks like it got below Lakin Fran's knees, so he had to scramble back for it. Statler in a great spot. 3 balls, no strikes. And a 4th for Statler. He'll walk down, and 2 walks to start off the inning for Lions. The catcher will go have a talk with him.
Next batter for the Colts, number 11, Aaron Madrigal.
Now Lakin Franz coming back behind the plate. Aaron Madrigal will come up, the third baseman last game. Had himself a great game at third base. And still no outs for the Colts. A runner at first and a runner at second. That first pitch will be outside. Now Lions will take a look at Carson Smith. Almost got him the first time. That one a strike on Madrigal. He'll watch it go by. And then that one inside for Madrigal. Right at his belt. So 2 balls, 1 strike for Madrigal. No hits in the first game for Madrigal, and that one a strike on the outside. He'll watch that one as well. So 2 balls, 2 strikes on Madrigal. And now he'll take himself a time. Make sure he's set. And Juju Lyons pitches low. Looks like Franz had to jump to get it low enough for him. So full count now on Madrigal. And so far, every runner this inning's had a full count. And that one, Aaron Madrigal will fly. So a foul ball, and he'll stay alive at the plate. Still no outs in the inning on the Colts. And Aaron Madrigal will take another swing. This one deep into left field, and it will fall. So Carson Smith will score, and Aaron Madrigal a great hit on the left field fence. 2 runners will score, and it will be a double play. Terrific smack for Aaron Madrigal. Gets it over the head of that left fielder, Landon Parks.
Next batter for the Colts, number 28, Trace Van Asdale.
So on the full count, Aaron Madrigal makes a huge play. And it will bring Colts within striking distance of this game. 2-5. And now Van Asdale will watch that one. It'll be a strike way outside. And Juju Lyons will not take a peek at Madrigal. That pitch low. So a 1-1 now for Van Asdale. That one will be low for Franz. He'll take it in between his legs. Trace Van Asdale will swing at that one. Pops it over the second base. And Aaron Madrigal will find his way to home. Center field bobbled it a little bit. And Aaron Madrigal got his 2 bases.
Next batter for the Colts, number 3, Adrian Ramos.
So a single and an RBI for Van Asdale. And he's a great base runner. So Juju Lyons will have him in the back of his mind. And now they'll keep it going. Ramos will take a swing at it, but they'll get Asdale out at second. Ramos beat the double play at first, so 1 out there. A runner remains at first. And Aiden West will make his way up to the plate.
Now batting for the Colts, number 10, Aiden West.
A great play there from the shortstop, Caden Beavers. Able to field the ball, make the force out at second. Tried for the double play, just a slight bit late. And great speed from Ramos to get there. And then first pitch on West, outside. It was ball. And West will take a swing at it. He'll find a hole in between the center and right fielder. And Aiden West will make it to first clapping as the Stampede's starting to roll.
Next batter for the Colts, number 1, Camden Schroeder.
So the Colts already with 3 points this inning. Able to get their bats going. They'll have a runner at first and second. And they'll be back at the start of their lineup. Camden Schroeder coming out. His last at-bat ended in a fly ball with him going out. And that first pitch will end up as a strike for Schroeder. And Ramos with a big lead over there at second. No one holding him on. Hutch isn't too concerned about it. And a ball and a strike for Schroeder. And add another ball to that. The last one was inside. And another one inside. This time finds just enough space. It'll be a strike. So 2 strikes now on Schroeder. Campus with just the 1 out. So a full count now for Schroeder. Colts have been great in full count so far this inning with 2 hits. We'll see if Schroeder can continue that. And he'll make it into the play. Pitcher has a decision. He'll make it to first, so Camden Schroeder will be out. Aiden West and Ramos will advance to second and third.
Now batting number 2, Lucas White.
So now Lucas White will come to the plate. And that one high for White. And he'll sniff that out early. He has Adrian Ramos in scoring position. And he'll take a shot. That one to left field. And Aiden West will make it to home. Lucas White, a huge double. 2 runners score, Ramos and West. It's not Carson Smith. I don't. Who's 22?
Ethan Powers. Ethan Powers.
Look at the man.
Now bat number 22.
So a great play from Lucas White. Brought in 2 runners. And now he'll be stationed at second. And now Ethan Powers at the plate. Has 2 strikes on him early. That one will be strike 3 on the inside. So Powers will take 3, and now 3 outs for the Colts. Scored 5 in that inning. We have a tie ball game going in. Now to start the 3rd inning for the Colts, Aiden West is back out there for another inning of work. And Landon Parks out there to bat. He'll take a strike on the first one. Aiden West's second pitch will be outside. Landon Parks will watch it. And West with a very low release to the ground. And Parks will take a swing at that one. It'll find its way to the ground. Next to the center fielder, Lucas White. So that'll be a single for Landon Parks.
Next at bat, number 12, Lakin Franz.
Great swing to find the hole in between White and Van Asdale. Lucas able to make the play on that one to only allow a single. And so Lakin Franz will come up to the plate. And his swing will go to the left fielder. Van Asdale will find it, try and make a play at third. And they'll get down safe. Had the slide under Ramos at third. And it will be a double for Lakin Franz.
Now batting, number 6,
Able to
Gabe
tap it over the
Valdez.
third baseman. Campus still with no outs. Tie ball game still, 5-5. Campus able to tie it up last inning with 5 runs. Coming back on defense. Now that first pitch for West was a ball. And that one low for Gabe Valdez, the designated hitter, coming in to do some work. That next one inside, Valdez took a swing at it, missed it. Probably a little too close to hit that one. Looked like it was by the hands. And so 2 balls, 1 strike on Valdez. He'll take another swing. He'll miss that one. And Aiden Weston's coming in. Hasn't allowed a point. But a runner on second and third for him with 2 hits this inning. And Valdez fouls that one. Just hit that one with the tip of his bat. It'll roll. So 2 balls, 2 strikes now on Gabe Valdez. And this one will fly up into center field. Lucas White will find it. And now a play at home. Landon Parks, no need to slide. He'll make it home. So Hutch will break the tie, 6-5. And so Trent
Now batting
McClendon
number 13, Trent McLeland.
will come up to bat. They'll have a runner at second and 1 out. And Aiden West will step off. He'll force Valdez back to the base. And now they got Schroeder holding them on. Aiden West's pitch will be low. Crowd by Clemens. Aiden West still glancing. This one will foul off of Trent McClendon. It'll roll off his leg. So 1 ball and a strike now for Trent. And Aiden West will step off again and look for him. No one there to throw it to. So now Valdez shrink his lead a little bit. And Trent will take a swing at West's pitch for a ball and a strike. Still just the 1 out for the Colts. And now Trent will make another swing. That will be his last. So 3 strikes on Trent McClendon and 2 outs for the Colts. And so now the Colts with 2 outs allowed 1 run in this inning. Aiden West will take his pitch. That one outside. Grady Clemens looking like he'll have to dive for that one. So now Jack Davis up at the mound, and Aiden West will take another look at Valdez. So Jack Davis at the plate. That one will be inside. He won't take a swing at that one. So now 2 outs here for the Colts. And that one will go to the left fielder. Hit the ground before it'll reach him. And so the Salt Hawks will score 1, and it will go down as a double for Jack Davis. Found its way to Van Asdale. Bobbled it a little bit, so 1 run will have scored, and Hutch will be up by 2, 7-5 here at the top of the 3rd inning. Still got a lot of baseball to go. And the next pitch from West will go to Ramos in between his legs. Van Asdale trying to come up and make a play. And that'll get Jack Davis to the plate. And Hutch will be up 8-5. And that hit had a lot of velocity. That was a tough field from Ramos.
Now batting number 3.
And that one got a little air from the grass to the dirt and popped over his glove. So Jack Yoder with a terrific hit at the 3rd baseman made his way to 1st. And that'll bring up Carter Morgan, the 1 hole to start Hutch's lineup back up. And it looks like Aiden West will step off and take a look at Yoder. And they'll shoot it at him. No avail. Madrigal tagged him up, but he was already back to the plate. And now 2 outs here for the Colts. Grady trying to tag and they'll get him. Yoder tried to steal from 1st to 2nd. Grady able to pick him off, and that'll be the last out of this inning. Hutch up 8-5. And we're back for the bottom part of this 3rd inning. Grady Clements is up at the plate to start it off for the Colts. He had a single last time he was at the plate. And that first one was a ball. He'll take a swing at this one. This one flies high for the center fielder. He'll come down with it. So Clements will have to jog back to the dugout.
For the Colts, number 6, Camden Statler.
So a quick out for Juju Lyons and company, as Camden Statler is next up at the plate. And he'll take a swing at that one, and it'll go foul. And a relief for Juju Lyons, I'm sure, for Grady Clements being out. And another ball there on that one. A little out of control. So 1 ball, 1 strike on Camden Statler. And it looked like Juju Lyons needed a couple seconds of talking, a counseling from Lakin Franz. And he'll take a next pitch. It looked like it worked. It'll be a strike. Looked like the pep talk got him fired up. And he's pitching quick now. And this one will be a foul for Statler. Pretty good swing from Statler, all things considered. Quick pitch from Lyons. And so now 1 ball, 2 strikes on Camden Statler. That one will be a great swing over to left field, about an inch fair, and Statler will dive into second.
Now batting for the
Great
Colts,
hit right on the
number
foul
11,
line from
Aaron
Statler,
Madrigal.
able to get it by the third baseman. And Statler hopped into that slide. Maybe a little painful for him. I can see how he is always so dirty after these games. Campus just with 1 out. Still down by 3. And Madrigal, next up on the plate, will take a swing at that one. So the first pitch on him will be a strike. And now it looks like 2. And a strike there from, a foul from Madrigal. 2 strikes on him. And Lyons will take his time on this one. Look it over. Still 2 strikes on Madrigal. That one low, but able to tag Statler over at third. Even with the slide, tried to steal. Lakin Franz picked him off, and he'll walk off in a cloud of dust. 2 outs now on the Colts. 2 strikes, no balls on Madrigal. Lyons staring down Madrigal. He won't swing at that one. It'll be a little low. So doses 2-2 with 2 outs on Madrigal. He'll take a big swing at this one. It's flying to the left field. It'll be foul. And too far away from the left fielder, Landon Parks. Couldn't work his way all the way over there. No consequence for Aaron, though. Still 2 strikes. Campus hasn't cut much into this lead this inning. And Aaron Madrigal swinging that one. It's way high in the air. Looks to be foul. So he'll go back to the plate. Great battle here from Madrigal at the plate. 2 outs, 2 strikes. The next strike could be the last of the inning, but he's fighting. And now the next one will be foul. He'll smack that one to the ground. Colton Flack's able to make a great play, throwing it back to Lyons. And that will be it. Aaron Madrigal finally couldn't get a piece of it. Struck out on that one. And we'll be back So here to start the 4th inning, we got an 8-5 ball game. Carter Morgan started off the game for the Salt Hawks, and he's here to start the 4th inning. Aiden West back at it for his 3rd inning of work. And 1 ball, 1 strike on Carter Morgan. That one he fouled into left field. And now another one. Aiden West off-speed pitch, got him to swing on it. So 2 strikes and a ball. That was a great pitch by West. Slowed it down a little bit. Morgan was early, and this one will take a swing at it. Madrigal finds it at first base, and an easy walk to first for Madrigal will get him out. So
Now
Carter
batting
Morgan
for Caden Beavers.
will be the first out for the Colts. Tough field there from Madrigal. Able to corral that one. And this pitch from Aiden West will go high. Hit from Beavers, and that one finds the ground. Off the glove of Statler. It'll hit Green,
Now
and
batting for
Caden
5,
Beavers
leading.
will be at first. I'm going to blame that one on the sun. Got in Statler's eyes a little bit. I don't think he could see the ball right. And Beavers now at the plate. Grady trying to pick off Morgan a little late. Morgan will make it to second. Great base work from him. And Caden Beavers will have 1 ball on him. And that one a strike, so now ball and a strike. And a big lead for Morgan over on second base. That pitch from West, a ball. So 2 balls, 1 strike on Beavers. Campus still just the 1 out. And he'll take a swing at that one. That one will fly to the right field foul. Onto the dirt part of the track. And so Morgan will have to slowly walk back to second. And it will be the 2nd strike on Caden Beavers. And he'll swing at that one. It'll find its way to Schroeder, and he'll make the play at second. So Schroeder will get him out. And
Now
Carter
batting
Morgan will
15,
stay at
Landon
3rd.
Parks.
Great play there by Schroeder, and 2 outs for the Colts. And Landon Parks will make his way up to the plate. Left field for him's been getting a lot of action and a lot of fouls. Landon Parks has a runner in scoring position on 3rd base. But with 2 outs here, Aiden West needs to make a play. And that one will find its way to Ramos. And he'll make the play at first. So 3 outs for the Colts. And we will be back. So the bottom of the
Next
fourth
batter
here
For the Colts, number 3.
for the Colts. That one popped up
Adrian
high
Ramos.
from Van Asdale and caught. So 1 out on the Colts will bring up Adrian Ramos, and he'll hit this one high as well to the right fielder. And it'll find his glove. So Ramos will make his way back to the dugout.
Now batting number 10, Aiden West.
So 2 catches early for Hutch in this one. They'll have 2 outs. And Aiden West will watch that one. It'll be a strike. That one a ball, it's low. And Jack Davis caught that last ball in right field from Aiden West. And now another strike. So 1 ball, 2 strikes now. And that one low for Lions. It's been a great game pitching for Lions other than the 3rd inning with 5 runs allowed. And that one from West fouled high and over the fence. So he'll have 2-2 on him. Still with 2 outs. He'll take a swing at that one, and he'll go out swinging. 3 outs on the Colts. It's still 8-5.
He's a girl.
And to start this 5th inning, Aiden West is returning for us. And that first pitch from him is a ball on the inside for Lakin Franz. And he will really think about that one. Didn't swing. It'll be a strike. Maybe could have thought harder. And that one will be outside. Great catch from Clements. It'll be 2 balls, 1 strike on Franz. And that one will be a foul ball. It'll smack Franz as it leaves the box. So he'll have 2-2 on him. Aiden West, pretty good game pitching since he came in the 2nd inning. And Franz won't get a chunk of that one. Just a bite. It'll be a foul ball. Still 2 balls, 1 strike. And it'll be a time Franz needs himself a second. And Campus still down by 3 in this one. Got 3 innings left. And so that one will be outside from West, and it will bring up a full count for Lakin Franz. Had himself a long day catching for the Salt Hawks, and he's had himself a long at bat, and it will reward him. He'll make his way down to first, and it will bring up Gabe Valdez.
Now batting number 6, Gabe Valdez. Sure.
And Lakin Franz will try and steal second. They'll say Schroeder didn't have all the ball, and they'll say he's safe. So Lakin Franz will make it to second. Grady Clemens tried to pick him off, and it looked like he got a little shaken up on the slide. Gave him a minute. He's back. And the lights have come on in the stadium as it starts to get a little dark. That one smacked from Valdez. And Statler will make a play at first. Valdez, a good hit, not good enough. He'll make his way back to the dugout. But Lakin Franz will advance from second
Now
to
batting
third.
number 10, Mika Giles.
So 1 out now for the Colts as Mika Giles comes to the plate. Campus held the Salt Hawks scoreless in the last 2 innings. Starting to find their way back in this game. Now that pitch from Aiden West, low and outside on Mika Giles. Didn't like the way that one looked. Just 1 out for the Colts and a runner at third. Grady able to stop that one. It will be 2 balls now for Giles. And Franz over on third. He's in scoring position. Salt Hawks trying to get some runs back on the board.
Do what? He just held up 3.
And that one right in the zone for Aiden West. Great spot. Giles didn't want to swing at him, and it will be 1 strike, 3 balls on him. That one, same spot, same result. And that'll be his second strike. So Aiden West really finding his way back in this count. It'll be full. And the last pitch, he'll smack fair. And Statler take a look at it, and it'll be a mishap at first. Ball will get past Madrigal. 1 run will score. And Giles will find his way over to third after the
Now
mishap
batting
at
number 8,
first.
Jack Davis.
So one run scored for the Salt Hawks. It'll be 9-5 now in the 5th inning. Colts with just 1 out. And that first pitch on Jackson Davis was a strike, and he'll take another swing. So 2 early strikes on Jack Davis. Had a game of pitching for him in the first one. Allowed 3 runs. And a strike 3 on the inside. Just found a way to get it in there. Great pitch from Aiden West. And they're 1 strike away from getting out of the inning. So Jack Yoder with a single last time he was at bat. And that one right down the middle for West. Yoder will just watch that one. And then that one outside. Just a little bit out the reach of Grady Clements. But he was able to avoid disaster. So 1 ball, 1 strike now on Jack Yoder. And he'll take a swing at this one. It'll find its way into left field and drop. So Giles will score at home.
Now batting number 3, Carter Morgan.
And Jack Yoder will hit a single into left field. So Campus gave up 2 this inning. Still got the 2 strikes. And Aiden West will take a chance at Yoder. Not much of a play there. He'll make it back. And now Carter Morgan is up to bat. West isn't thinking about him. He'll take another shot at Yoder. He's still safe. Morgan hits that one over the head of West and bobbled a little bit by Statler. That one wild coming towards him. Gave Morgan just enough time to make it to first. He'll barely make it.
Now batting number 4.
So
Caden
Salt Hawks will
Beavers.
have 2 runners on with some late life at the top of the 5th inning. Caden Beavers coming in. He'll take a swing at that one. It'll be high. Lucas White will find it. So Campus allows 2 in that one. It'll be 10-5. So now the top of the fifth, Camden Schroeder will start it off for the Colts. And the Hutchinson Salt Hawks have made a switch at pitcher. Carter Morgan is out there slinging the baseball. And his first one was a ball on Schroeder. And that next one, a strike. Low on Schroeder. He disagrees. He'll have 1 ball, 1 strike. That one low and outside. So he'll have 2 on him. Camp is down by 5. Needing to get their bats going. That pitch also outside. And Schroeder's last at bat. Hit it to the shortstop. Couldn't make it to first. He'll have a full count. That one low. So the first batter for Morgan will be a walk. Schroeder will make his way down.
Next batter for the Colts, number 2, Lucas White.
So now Schroeder at first. It'll bring out Lucas White coming up. And now the first pitch for White's a strike. Right down the middle. He didn't like the feel of that one. And they'll take a shot at Schroeder. He made it back to first, no problem. Even without the sliding glove on. He'll put that on now. And that one low for Lucas White. He'll have a ball and a strike. Campus 5-6 at this point in the season. They got an away game on Tuesday, and we'll be back here Friday for a doubleheader. And that one, the catcher bobbles, trying to pump fake it. Schroeder loses the ball, but Schroeder will remain at first. And now Lakin Franz wants to have a quick discussion with Morgan. And so Schroeder's still at first. 2 balls, 1 strike on Lucas White. And he'll reach for a bunt. Couldn't get it out of there in time, so a strike on White. And he'll have a 2-2. Still no outs for Campus, and they'll try it. Schroeder again. He'll make it back. Schroeder's been at constant duress over there at first base. And Lucas White will hit it past Morgan. And they'll make it. So Lucas White, a single to the shortstop. Bobbled a little bit, and they'll make it without a play.
Now batting number 22, Ethan Powers.
So Ethan Powers now will come up to the plate. He struck out last time. He'll have a runner on first and second to work with, and that one high and right in front of his face. And he'll take a swing at that one. Just missed it. Good swing. So a ball and a strike for Powers. And Powers, he's called too. He got some reach with that bat. Doesn't exactly need the zone. He'll try and bunt it. He'll take the bat out in time. So 2 balls, 1 strike on Powers. And that one, he will bunt, but he will not make it to first. So White and Schroeder will move up 1 to third and second. Powers, a successful sacrifice. He'll make his way back to the dugout.
Now batting for the Colts, number 17, Grady Clements.
So a good bunt there from Powers. Maybe part of the plan here from Flax. Grady Clements, power hitter, is up. Campus in a big game. And it looks like Carter Morgan, the pitcher, will be subbed out. Coaches are talking to him. Nope, I was wrong. Carter Morgan coming back out from the dugout. So 1 out for the Colts on the bunt from Powers. Still down by 5, and Grady Clements will size up the plate. He'll take a swing at that one. It'll fly out for a foul ball. Swing had some velocity on it. Number 2, Lucas White, big lead over at second. Grady will take another swing, same result. Another foul ball over in that right field. The wind's blowing everything right. And now that one low for Clements. He'll let Schroeder know to stay. And that'll make things a little bit better for Clements. 1 ball, 2 strikes on him. And looks like he'll take a second. Get himself figured out. And this one high into the sky. Center fielder will find it and try and make the play at home. Schroeder, though, too quick. He'll get there. And White will advance to third, so Schroeder will score. And Grady will make his way back to the dugout. 2 outs now on the Colts.
Now at bat, number 6, Camden Statler.
6-10 ball game. Lucas White now at third with 2 outs. Morgan's next pitch, high. Franz trying to get Lucas out at third. Lucas, no need to slide. And Statler will watch that one. That one barely on the outside, so 1 ball, 1 strike for Camden Statler. And he will hit that one. They'll say it's foul. Went foul before third base, so it'll be a strike on Statler. Tough call there. That one right on the line. Next pitch from Morgan is low.
Full count. Oh, never mind. Oh, my bad. I was wrong. 2-1. I'm so sorry.
And so 2 balls, 1 strike.
I saw his hand.
Now for Statler. Still with 2 outs. He'll take a swing at that one, and it'll find the third baseman. He'll catch that one. So 3 outs for the Colts. 1 run scored. It'll be 3-10. So a change here for Campus at the pitching. Aaron Madrigal will come in to start the 6th inning, replacing Aiden West, who pitched from the 2nd inning to the 5th. So 1 ball now for Aaron Madrigal as Cole Blething is at the plate. He'll take a swing at that one, and he will make it to first. Hit Ramos's glove, couldn't make the play.
Now batting.
Blething put some hit on
15,
that
Brandon
one,
Parks.
and Ramos struggled to make the play. And now Madrigal will take a shot at Blething. He hadn't stepped off yet, so he'll be safe. And that one will be caught from West. Great play over there at first. Able to find it in the foul territory. Catch it like a football player.
Now batting number 12, Lakin Franz.
So 1 out now for the Colts. As Lakin Franz comes up to the plate. And he'll take a swing at it. This one to left field, and Van Asdale will make a sliding play. Catches that one. That ball dropping quick. Van Asdale had to get under it. So sliding on the grass made that play. 2 outs now for the Colts. And Juju Lyons got a break from pitching last inning. So now he'll come up batting. That first pitch on him a strike. And Madrigal will take a try at Blething again. And that one ripped foul from Juju. Threw that one into left field. So 1 strike on him as Blething has to make his way back to first. 2 outs for the Colts in the 6th inning. No runs allowed. And then that one to the shortstop, and Aiden West able to catch it at first. So 3 outs quickly for the Colts. Down by 4, it'll be 10-6. So now here for the bottom of the 6th inning, Carter Morgan with his 2nd inning of work. He allowed 1 run last time he was out, 2 hits. And his first pitch was a ball to Aaron Madrigal. And this one, Aaron Madrigal will take a swing at, and it'll find the ground. Great swing from him. That one will touch the back fence, and he'll think about it, but he won't try third. So a double for Madrigal. That one smacked deep into center field.
Next batter for the Colts, number 28, Chase Van Asdale.
So now Van Asdale will come up to the plate. The freshman in a big spot in this game. And he'll watch that one. It'll be outside. So ball for him. Madrigal will get a big lead over at second. That one high. Looked like it was at the brim of his helmet. And now Van Asdale will take a second. He's got 2 balls, no strikes. And that one behind the catcher, so Madrigal will take off. He'll make it to third. Celebrate a little bit and talk to Flex. So 3 balls, no strikes for Van Asdale. Great count for him. And yeah, had no plan at swinging at that one. 1 strike for Van Asdale with Aaron Madrigal now at third. And he won't swing at that one either. So a full count now for Van Asdale. Still no outs for the Colts. He'll take a swing at that one, and they'll get Van Asdale. Try and make a play at Madrigal at third. He slides down, barely gets it. So disaster avoided, but 1 out. As Carter Morgan struck Van Asdale out.
Number 3, Adrian Ramos.
So 1 out for the Colts as Adrian Ramos comes up to the plate.
Oh, crap.
He hit a single last time he was up with an RBI, and that one low. It's a strike. And now another one low. Ramos takes a little golf swing at that one. So 2 strikes on him. He'll be down in the count early. And that'll be strike 3, right on the outside of the zone. And that'll be 3 strikes for Ramos. And
Next
2
batter
outs for the Colts.
Number 10, Aiden West.
So now 2 outs for the Colts. Aiden West up to bat. He's running for third. It's a foot race, and they'll get him at first. So that'll be the end of this inning. Colts down 10-6. So we're back to start the 7th inning. And Aaron Madrigal still out here pitching. His first throw was a ball. And Colts in a little bit of a hole, down 4 runs here in the 7th. Need to make some plays, and here is Statler making the play at first. So Giles smacked a short hop to Statler, and he was able to find Aiden West at first for a quick out.
Now batting number 8, Jack
That's a great play
Davis.
by Statler, and this is the type they need. Down by 4 in the 7th. And this one, Jack Davis will foul off, and it will fly way high and out. And that one, he'll watch inside. A little shoulder shimmy. And so 2 strikes early for Jack Davis. So he has to swing. Madrigal trying to pick it up. He does. And it will be an out. Decent play there by Madrigal, and 2 early outs there for the Colts.
Now batting number 7, Jack Yoder.
Jack Davis not quite quick enough to make it to first after he just tapped it to Madrigal. And now Jack Yoder able to find a hole to center field, and he'll get a single at first base on his first pitch of that at-bat. Great swing
Next
there.
batter, number 3, Carter Morgan.
And Carter Morgan is now up to bat. Aiden West holding on the runner. And this one popped high into the sky for the shortstop. Statler will find it, and that will be it. 3 quick outs for the Colts. And they'll need 4 runs.
Oh, that's some good cocaine.
7th inning started off. Camden Schroeder up to bat, and Carter Morgan is up to pitch. He just struck out. He's in his 4th inning of work, and his first pitch was a strike. And that one low. So Camden Schroeder will have a 1-1. And that one he'll watch. It'll be low. So 2 balls, 1 strike. It looked like it hit the catcher a little bit. He'll need a second to recuperate himself. Looks like it got him in the no-no square. Hope he was wearing a cup for today's game.
What? That's crazy.
Looks like he's doing a little better, but still in a lot of pain.
Hopefully they don't play on the stream. People's stories are crazy.
And it looks like Franz healed up a little bit. And Schroeder will watch that next pitch. So he'll be up 2 balls, 1 strike.
What happened to Hagen?
Excuse me, 3 balls, 1 strike for Schroeder.
What happened to Hagen? Was it playing or batted?
And so Schroeder, to start off the second, he'll make his way to first.
Next at bat for the Colts, number 2, Lucas White.
So a ball 4 for Schroeder will bring up Lucas White. And they'll try and get Schroeder over at first. He'll be all good. Campus really needing to put up some points here in this one. Put up 5 points in the 3rd inning and just 1 point since. They're down by 4. And Lucas White will swing this one, and it'll find the 3rd baseman. And Camden Schroeder will make a sliding play at first. They'll say they got him out from the catch. And so a double play there.
Next batter for the
2
Colts,
outs
number
on the
18,
Colts.
Carson Smith.
So one more chance for the Colts. Carson Smith will come up. He's been courtesy running in this game. This will be his first at bat. And Campus in a pretty big hole here. And that pitch high, right in front of the face of Carson Smith. No swing at that one. And then that pitch low. Great play by the catcher to find that one. And 2 early balls on Carson Smith. And that one also inside. So 3 balls now for Smith. He's in a great spot. And he'll just watch that one. So 4 straight balls on Morgan, and Carson Smith will make his way over to first.
Next batter for the Colts, number 17, Grady Clements.
And now Grady Clements coming out. He was flown out on his last at-bat, but he got some runner in. Now 2 outs on the Colts with Clements in. That one low. It'll find the zone, so a strike on Clements. And Morgan take a peek at Smith. And Grady will take a chunk out of this one to the right field. He'll look for it, and he'll find it, diving on the ground. So that'll do it for this game. It'll end Hutchinson 10, Campus 6.
Final score, 10-6, Hutchinson.
Campus able to keep up with a great 3rd inning, scoring 5 runs. Not much since then. Thank you all for tuning in. We won't